where we were as a Commonwealth 4 years ago before so much has happened in these 4 years. And so, as you said, so appropriate to recognize those healthcare workers and educators. And even in a lot of the parade, the communities, the bands that are coming out, those are the communities that have been affected by tornadoes, floods, wildfires. It's really incredible to think about the things that have happened in the last 4 years.
It's hard to imagine. It seems like 20 years and 4 years at the same time, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
And certainly that's a theme. The theme of the whole inauguration is forward together. And I want, Ron, for you to talk about the significance of when administrations come up with a theme. You know, Team Kentucky is itself a moniker and a lexicon that we've become very familiar with this administration. But forward together, what does that symbolize?
That symbolizes many things, but in particular, it's a plea for unity, and that is something that's so important in politics and in the world in general. And in our divisive age, it is good to see one of the chief executives of one of the states of the Union to actually say, you know, let's go forward together. Let's not look backward divided, but go forward together.
But aren't these occasions supposed to be an exercise of unity?
In sometimes, in past history, they have not been, but yes, it should be. We'll put it that way.
Yes, and so we'll see. There's lots of interesting things planned. We're not going to be a spoiler by saying that later on this afternoon, Tyler Childress will be on the stage. Childers, excuse me, Childers. Or Childers will be on the stage.
Yes, looking forward to seeing that. Very exciting, an Eastern Kentucky native from Lawrence County, and so he is great, so popular, and so it's really exciting to have him here.
Yeah, and that explains some of the additional seating that's perhaps been made accommodating. So there have been significant changes, and you're watching right now on the screen as we are. They're about to start the parade. They're running pretty much on time. You know, these things are, there's a lot to wrangle, a lot of people to wrangle, a lot of activities to wrangle, and certainly we will bring you all of that as it gets closer to us, and you'll have the best view of the house in your warm, hopefully comfortable home. It's not as bad as it was. Ron can attest to this 4 years ago, Kelsey, when it was 25 degrees, but up here, it was 15.
That's right. Chip Polston called me last week, and he said, get the thermal underwear out. Like, get ready, because it is so cold. And so I've been pleasantly surprised by the weather today.
Right. And if you heard that jolt, and we all kind of felt a jolt, the cannon, this is a sign that things are about to get started.
Yes, and very traditional also.
Right. So if we wouldn't otherwise have a cue to start, right?
It's true.
Yes. And so you're seeing this lovely aerial footage. You know, we've had the drone for a while, but you're looking now at the Capitol. The dome is under construction, as well as the whole Capitol is enduring a makeover that will take several years to complete. But even with all that scaffolding on that dome, look at that majestic greenery, the lushness, even this time of year. It's still a beautiful Capitol, and if you've never been here, it is a wonderful trip. I've been to this Capitol 27 years. I know Ron has been here longer, and every time I drive up Capitol Avenue, Ron, I get chills to know that I've been privileged to work in this space and to be in this space and to know where the nooks and crannies are and the cupola and the fourth floor, all of that. It's just tremendous.
And one of the most beautiful Capitol buildings in the United States.
I don't have a whole lot of comparison, but I won't disagree with you.
Take my word.
Well, it certainly is beautiful, and later on today, time permitting, we will show you a documentary that celebrates what will be the 110th, or was the 110th anniversary of this we call the new Capitol. And Ron, I want you to explain, there's an old Capitol and there's the new Capitol, and we are at the new Capitol.
We're at the new Capitol, which was actually occupied after 1910. That doesn't sound too new, but that is new compared to the old Capitol, which was used from the late 1820s till 1910. And the old Capitol, of course, is in downtown Frankfort and is one of the best examples of Greek Revival architecture in the nation. And still, and the staircase is magnificent if you've not seen that.
Well, and occasionally when, Kelsey, when the lawmakers go into session, usually around President's Day, they will hold chambers in the old old chambers, and it doesn't have all the technical accoutrements, right? It goes back to the old days. They bring out a scroll and they read off the roll call, but it's quite an experience.
It absolutely, such tradition, and this is in fact the fifth Capitol building, right?
Yes. That's right.
A couple burned before the old Capitol, and then
we had difficulty with fire in
the
old days.
I guess so. But it is beautiful. It is absolutely stunning to be here, and anywhere you go inside, it just you can feel the history that's here.
Compared to what Isaac Shelby, the building that he actually took his first oath of office, was a 2-story log building in Lexington. So we've come quite a way since then.
A long way. And so it's interesting about how Frankfort even came to be the capital city.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Well, yes, because people immediately thought the larger town should be it, and Frankfort was a little river town, but still very nice. But due to a man by the name of Andrew Holmes, he really worked so hard to get the Capitol here. He gave nails, glass, brass fixtures for the Capitol building, and due to that, people decided, well, we'll put it in Frankfort.
Yeah.
And so therefore they built it there, and we've been here ever since.
And we are very close to the governor's mansion, which makes Kentucky unique in that way too,
yes,
right?
Very much so. And the governor's mansion is a beautiful replica of the Petit Trianon in France, and so it is one of the most elegant of the governor's mansions in the country also.
Yeah, a gorgeous place, especially this time of year. I haven't seen it this time of year in a couple of years, but it's beautiful.
It is, and unique to Kentucky as well that all 3 branches of government are here.
That's right. Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So very interesting.
Right.
We can concentrate power very easily here.
Well, you like to be close to Frankfort for all
do.
those reasons, right? Well, and to give you that perspective, on the first floor is the governor's office, and on the second floor, now we're on the second floor, the state reception room, which is a room where a lot of the bill signings happen here. It is a gorgeously ornate room. You're not allowed to sit on the furniture, so we would have to sit out here anyway, even if there was no balcony. There's a beautiful law library across the hall that has stacked books in the shape of a Christmas tree. It's quite striking. And then on the third floor, that's where the lawmaking happens. On one end of the Capitol is the House, and the other end is the Senate. And the Senate right now, you'll see tonight, so you want to hang in there on our coverage, is just beautifully adorned with all of these lovely snow-colored botanicals. When you walk in, it's so fragrant, and it is just a captivating sight, and cascading greenery down the walls, and you will see that tonight during the Grand March. So I'm giving you a teaser now, but you'll want to tune in at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, particularly to see all of that and to see all of the governor and lieutenant governor and the constitutional officers officially taking their welcome. Is that what you call that?
That's it. Would be the official. Yes, it's the public one.
That
has to be the public one. Yes.
Officially official.
I
feel like we do this a lot.
We do
There's
this.
a lot of official things.
Well, and you would think with a 2-term governor, doing all of it again, like why?
But it is, right?
Because
it's exactly the same.
It's so important, though, to the entire makeup of the government to have an inauguration for each term that the governors serve, and it's something also for the people of the Commonwealth to see that they want that pomp and circumstance. They want their little bit of grandeur, and they get it. They really do get it.
And we've spoken before about how other states, they just kind of do it and move on.
Yes.
But we make it a whole occasion and a reason for people maybe even out of state to come in and people to come back home. And you're seeing right now them lining up for the parade, and that will get started here shortly. These drone shots are extraordinary and give us such access and views that we haven't always had. So we thank our operators for providing this coverage for us so we can really get a bird's eye view of what's about to take place. An extraordinary day ahead of us, Kelsey.
Yes, absolutely. And the grand marshals, too, of the parade, as you mentioned, are the healthcare workers that have been singled out to be here today, and as well as educators. legislators.
Yes.
And so really important to note that those are the grand marshals here today.
Right. And not to get political about this, but the day before, we just got an important ruling from the Franklin Circuit Court Judge Philip Shepard about school choice, right? Striking down an important bill, House Bill 9, that we know there'll be some traction and some conversation about come January 2nd when the lawmakers convene. So it'd be interesting to see if the governor rearranges his speech a little bit to acknowledge some recent developments. Yes. What do you know about how soon they start crafting their speeches after their victory, and are they malleable? Do they change?
They generally have one that is pretty much laid out ahead of time, but yes, they can edit it very quickly.
Right.
And sometimes they do, as you said, for very important events via the legislature or the courts, they will try to put things in at the last minute.
The one difference here, too, and I don't know if we can get a shot of it right now, Kelsey, there are big screens on either side of us that are the teleprompter for the governor.
Oh, wow.
That's what those are used for.
Wow.
So yesterday, while we were here setting up, we could actually see some of that text and hear them. And so you're looking at that right now. The 62nd inauguration, Team Kentucky forward together. I believe that's the shot. That might be supplemental viewing, but it might be I can't really tell.
It looks like it is that smaller screen facing the stage.
Yes. So it's interesting how we have elevated the times,
absolutely,
right? To really, technology can take you so far, so fast, and make it so accessible. And it's great. You know, one of the things that the governor did talk about last night is that the people that he's lost that have been very dear to him. He mentioned in Virginia, who we lost, last year, and of course Tommy Elliott, who was killed in the mass shooting at Old National Bank in Louisville in April. And of course we've had Ron, and just the last couple of months, September, Governor Brereton Jones passed, and then just this beginning of this week, Governor Julian Carroll passed. So a lot of monumental, large figures that our Commonwealth has lifted up are no longer with us.
Yes, and that is, at one time there were quite a few former Kentucky governors still alive. It's getting much smaller now, the number is, and a lot of great people have passed along, and that has affected this Commonwealth more than we'll ever know for many years to come.
That is so true. You never really know your legacy until 20 or 30 years down the road.
Right.
At least.
Yes,
at least.
That's right. Yeah. And I saw too one of the honorary chairs is Tommy Elliott, who served as that role in Beshear's first inauguration and is being honored in memoriam as an honorary chair. So I know that they were very close, and so it is kind of a somber day because, as we said, so much has happened. So much tragedy has happened in the last 4 years. So I think this is a time when we can look back and see how far we've come, and then, of course, looking to the future.
Right. Yeah. And it is a day for hope and optimism, right? That what we know about the Kentucky spirit, and it was called that, unbridled spirit.
That's right.
Our logo and slogan was that, and so it still is. And so we're resilient, and even when there's enormous tragedy, we still rise above and help each other. And the governor has pointed that out time and time again about how neighbors have helped neighbors in extreme hard times.
That is the true Kentucky spirit.
That is the true Kentucky spirit. And so you're going to see that and feel that all throughout the parade, and even throughout the day. I think you'll see a lot of spirit. Hear some planes overhead. It is a beautiful day here at the state capitol. It's about, it'll be hopefully 50 degrees, but it feels really good right now, and just the warmth of, we're on the cusp of a new year and a new beginning, and this is a good start to it.
It is.
It is indeed.
Nothing like a good parade.
Nothing like a good parade. That's right. I will just mention Kelsey's birthday was on the 9th. And I said to her, Ron, I said, well, on Tuesday we're throwing you a parade.
Look at that.
You got a lot of honor there.
Yeah.
All these people
so look at all these people from all over the state wishing you a happy birthday. So it is a fantastic time of year, and especially around the holidays. So you're going to see a lot of holiday-inspired music, hear a lot of holiday-inspired music, and the decor you're going to see certainly replicates that.
That's right. You mentioned some of the decor there inside the Capitol. It is incredible.
Yes.
The decoration in every room, every corner I turned when I came in, it's really breathtaking.
It really
is. Besides the ornateness of the Capitol itself, but when it is dressed up for this time of year, it is truly special.
It is, and it's aromatic. I mean, you walk in and the fragrance is just, woo, it's wonderful. And a big shout out to Sam Devine and his team for making, just transforming part of the Capitol here. So,
here they come.
Here they come. I would say, just as a shout out to our fantastic crew, who is so many of them are on every corner here to give you this, really, you're journeying along with us as it's happening, unfolding in real time. And it's awesome to be able to present it to you. You always start these things with your military offers and your first responders, right? It's so appropriate to do that. The color guard, and that's how you start every event in Kentucky.
Yes.
I don't know of any event, Kelsey, have you ever gone to any event where you haven't had the posting of the colors and the singing of the state song?
It is tradition.
It is tradition.
It is.
We like our tradition around here.
We love our traditions. And it's interesting to see, I call them the roundabouts, but they're not roundabouts, but the round circles there on Capitol Avenue. They're not quite adorned this time of year, but we encourage folks to come back to the Capitol because the grounds are also breathtaking. The clock, when I went by the clock yesterday, it is so holiday inspired, and so it's just it really helps get you in the holiday spirits for certain. And we'll take a little listen to the band. We're trying to read the signs along with you folks to see.
I think so.
Yeah. The Grand Marshals for the inaugural parade. Thank you for that emphasis, the Kentucky healthcare workers and educators. And you're probably hearing a familiar voice in the background. The parade announcer is none other than Bill Bryant, who is the main anchor at WKYT Channel 27 in Lexington, and of course, the host of KET's Comment on Kentucky on Friday evening. So we're so glad to have Bill still a part of our team in some way, maybe a little more remote, but we're so glad that he is participating in today's parade and as the announcer. So yeah, they're all this is interesting. The grandstands, they're all just filing in, and they will have a really good view, Kelsey, of the parade unfolding.
That's right. They have about 50 to 60 healthcare workers here today. I think it's so great that they are honored here. One of the doctors here is U of L's Dr. Jason Smith, who really made some headlines, speaking very candidly about gun violence after that April 10th shooting in Louisville. And so, and he was, of course, a main face during COVID as well, and helped lead the COVID response, as well as Dr. Stephen Stack, who the Commissioner for Public Health, also got to know him very well during those COVID years.
Right. And last night, Dr. Stephen Stack was the presider or the MC of the private swearing in, and he made a joke about the times when they did those press conferences about the Steve and Andy show, right? And we're glad to say that we're glad to be beyond those days, certainly. But Stephen Stack and, of course, Dr. Smith, as you said, has just risen to prominence in how he really handled and communicated about gun violence. And there you are looking at the governor of Kentucky and his family, First Lady Brittany, and their children, Will and Lila, I can't believe how much they've grown.
Well, I know. You think about 4 years, but his kids are about the same age as mine. And so you think back to 4 years ago, you know, going from 9 or 10 to 13, 14.
Right.
That's
a big jump.
A big jump.
Yes.
And I think that's always interesting to think about how they do have young kids in the governor's mansion.
Isn't that fun?
Is fun.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
And it's fun to see the pictures with, is it Winnie the dog?
That's right.
And but last night when the kids were standing next to Brittany, I mean, it was a run for the money there on the height.
That's
right. I mean, so it was just amazing how much they've matured. Lovely children, and good to see them. And of course, they're on a high today, right?
Of course,
the emotions
that's
that
be
you
fun
feel,
for them.
right? You know, just to be able to have a second term.
Oh, yes.
He's only the third governor in Kentucky history to have a second term. And there's lots of talk. He even said it last night in his speech. The eyes of the country are on Kentucky. And the eyes of the country are also on Governor Andy Beshear.
Yes, indeed.
And so many people are already speculating about what comes after these 4 years. But we'll take one step at a time. Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman and her family there. So I have to ask you, Ron, about the horse-drawn carriages.
Yes.
I mean, that's tradition, right?
That is. It's interesting how governors have always entered Frankfort for the inauguration. The first one was on horseback, of course, and then they came in the open carriages. And then Governor James Clark actually came in the first railroad in 1836, and it was called a steam carriage. And it got here very quickly at the great rate of about 5 miles an hour.
Wow, that's interesting.
Well, you'd rather go for the horsepower.
Exactly.
Well, and there is former governor Steve Beshear and First Lady Jane.
Another history-making.
That's right.
Family there with the only father and son to ever be elected governor.
That's right. That's right. And to 2 terms.
That's right. 2 terms each.
Yes. Just fun to see Lieutenant Governor right here. So there she is.
With her young kids as well.
Her young kids as well. She made a comment last night during the private swearing in, or I guess that would have been earlier today, excuse me, that she was, 9 months pregnant 4 years ago.
Right.
And now her little girl is 4 years old, and she thinks this is a princess party. So we're not going to spoil it.
That's right. Sounds
for
good
her
to
at
me.
all. Fun to see the family.
It is. And when you think about, too, we were talking about the kids growing up, you think about 4 years from now, Will's 18 years old.
Yeah, headed to college, right?
That's incredible.
That's
Isn't
incredible.
that crazy to think about?
Yeah, time flies.
It does.
The days are long, but the years are short.
That's absolutely the truth.
And it's wonderful to watch them mature. And I have to imagine, they're in the spotlight too some.
Oh, yes.
It seems like though the Beshears really and the Colemans try to shield their children.
It's got to be a tough balance, though.
Yeah.
With kids growing up in that spotlight, something they didn't choose.
Right.
It's next to impossible sometimes to shield them, too.
Sure.
And in these days and times,
That's
with
right.
social media
Yes.
being as social media is, it's even tougher. And but they look like they've got good home training.
That's right.
As we would say
That's right.
from my neck of the woods. And they're just so happy right now. It's good to see them enjoying the parade, and they'll have lots of well-wishers that will go by them as we proceed with the parade. So I think you're able to hear Bill Bryant fairly audibly, and I'll have Okay. So you will be able to hear him a little bit better as the parade accelerates here. And so right now, Kelsey?
I think we're going to have the Kentucky State Police here right now. And then coming up, I can't tell if they're here yet or not, but LMPD Officer Nick Wilt is going to be coming up here in just a moment, a part of this parade. He was the officer who was shot in the head during that deadly shooting we talked about at Old National Bank in Louisville in April. Miraculous recovery.
Oh my goodness.
He has been discharged, is now at home.
Yes.
And of course now
in a parade.
It is incredible, and that has been such an inspiring story to see his recovery after multiple surgeries, infections. He had a lot of setbacks, and then was able to rehab at Frazier Rehab and just went home this past July. And here he is participating in this parade.
Yeah, talk about a hero, right?
Absolutely.
And we remember April 10th, 2023. That will be a day that whether you're a Louisvillian or not, you will remember if you're a Kentuckian. And to see him in a few minutes will bring a smile and I'm sure lots of cheers when he approaches. Ron, when you look at today's parade, was there any other kind of particularly standout or spectacular parade or event at a parade that made it memorable?
Oh, yes, there were quite a few through the years. One of the events that still goes down in the annals of Kentucky history is when Governor McCrary was inaugurated his first time in the 1870s. And they had a 40-foot high paper tissue balloon that was sent up over Frankfort. It rose very high. The crowd was delighted until it suddenly burst into flames and fell down.
We do have a problem with fire
we do
here, don't we?
We're into pyrotechnics or something. I don't know what's happening there. I mean, goodness. Wow.
And there were other parades when some of the parades were just so large. Louis Nunn's parade was one of the largest in history. It went 11 blocks and had over 250 bands in it.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
It took a while. It really did.
Well, there's more bands than counties. That's double the amount.
Yeah.
I don't know where they all came from.
Where did they all come from? Wow.
But that was one of the largest parades in time. And, of course, the elephant was there that time, too. That was very good. And when Governor Ruby Laffoon was inaugurated in the 30s, there was a big statue of a rooster in front of him when he was taking the oath of office because that was the sign of the Democratic Party at that, and still is on Kentucky ballots.
Right.
But that rooster looked so strange there with Ruby Laffoon standing above it. So that caused some comments also.
Right. Well, they don't have the props or the fire. I think you learn from history, don't you, Kelsey?
That's right. My dad told me last night that my grandparents were in a parade, in the inauguration parade when Wendell Ford was elected governor, and they were in a band called the PU Band, which it's for pantomime because it was a lip syncing band.
Wow.
But the people in Owensboro have heard of it.
Yes.
So,
well, and it started a trend, right?
That's right.
That's what happened.
So that's where some of the bands may have come from. Yeah. They weren't exactly marching bands.
They weren't. We should have. That's a good point. A clarification, right?
And one thing that was really common in many inaugurations early on, we had the firing of a cannon, but at a signal, everyone in the crowd had a gun and started shooting in the air, and that happened many times, and there was hail of bullets coming down on
my word.
Goodness. It was like hundreds of shots being fired. You can only imagine what it sounded like.
Oh my goodness.
But the crowd again was delighted with it. That was the term.
Wow. Well, okay.
Well, we've come a long way, haven't we?
And I'm thankful that that's not a part of the program now.
That's
I
right.
have to say. So fun stuff. It's good to kind of look back at history and to have a basis of comparison,
Yes,
right?
indeed.
I mean, it's fun to kind of find the comic nature of it,
Oh, yes.
but you know, it's often grounded in some tradition that is uniquely Kentucky.
Oh, yes.
Right.
So
Or signature about us in some way.
Yes. And one of the great traditions is when the governor will go back to the governor's mansion, and on the dining room table there will be a platter of country ham, Kentucky beaten biscuits, and a white cake. And that has been going on for over a century.
Wow.
And
That
is a
incredible.
tradition.
Something.
Now, if you've ever had a beaten biscuit, I don't know
Yes.
if you have,
Yeah.
you have to eat them very quickly,
That's
because within 10 minutes you could break that window out with one of them.
Well, I've had some that's been as hard as that I've tried to make, and I will tell you, they probably could break glass.
But they are good when they're fresh.
They are good when they're fresh, and a good country ham. If you haven't had a beaten
love
biscuit,
a good country ham.
it is good to have. And there we're seeing the senior advisor to Governor Andy Beshear, Rocky Atkins, who is a former House Majority Floor Leader at one time, his wife Leah with him. I think that's Secretary Eric Friedlander behind him. So these are folks mingling probably too with some of the cabinet secretaries and heads of departments, as well as maybe some of the inaugural committee. We know that Mr. Rocky Atkins, I'm going to refrain from calling him representative because I called him that for so many years still, he is going to be presiding over the 2 o'clock public swearing in. And so we appreciate having this view of them, and hopefully maybe we'll hear from them a little later. You're seeing that slogan right there, dead center, forward together. It is branded everywhere it possibly can be to remind Kentucky voters and viewers what this administration wants to accomplish. Mayfield High School Cardinal Band, and it's good to see Mayfield. Kelsey, you mentioned earlier about many of the bands who were in the parade today represent storm-ravaged areas, and it's just showing the resiliency and the spirit that's still alive.
That's right. I noticed that theme throughout when, I think a lot of them are highlighted from those areas. Of course, in Mayfield, that December tornado tore through there in 2021. Hit several counties, and a lot of people impacted there across 11 counties. So, and many of them represented here today. And it is wonderful to see that resilience, that unbridled spirit
That's
that
right.
you talked about, and all of these high schools represented here and enjoying a little pomp and circumstance.
That's right. So for many, this is kind of like our Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
That's right.
It just happens once every 4
Where's
years.
the Broadway
right?
show?
Where's the right? Oh yeah, that would be great. And some of the big, large, like balloons. Maybe we'll work on that for 2027.
You have to watch those balloons.
Yeah, right.
That's right.
They might catch
Light 'em on
fire.
right?
But you're right, Kelsey, that showing the spirit and the resiliency of places like Western Kentucky, Mayfield. We just celebrated the 2-year anniversary.
That's
And
right.
I know that my home state of Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, suffered some damage just over the same weekend, right? And so it's good to be celebrating with people who are just going to bounce back and do what's good for community. A lot to organize, Ron, to get all of these folks together. One, to get them parking where they need to park, and then to get them lined up. And I mean, Kelsey, that's a lot. Dawson Springs tornado recovery. This is
Hometown of the Beshears.
Hometown of the Beshears, of Steve Beshear. Grew up in Dawson Springs, and of course we know they were also affected by those December 2021 tornadoes, and just an amazing spirit. To watch them in this parade and to see this view is spectacular.
It is a great view.
It's a great view. Kudos to all of our great crew who are working today. So the theme, is really, as you mentioned, Kelsey, it's about resilience. Now, that's not in the title.
That's right.
But we think about who's here today, who is leading off this parade.
Right.
Certainly sends a message. It's like gratitude. Thank you for serving our community, for serving the Commonwealth.
And again, looking back to where we were in 2019 to think about how, who could have ever imagined what would have happened in those 4 years. and to see where we are now, hopefully on the other side,
right,
and looking to a brighter future.
The only thing that ever could get close to that was the cholera epidemic of the 1830s and the Spanish flu right after World War I, and Kentucky was hit very hard by both the cholera and the Spanish flu at that time.
Wow.
But we bounced back.
Yeah,
That's right.
we bounced back,
That's right.
and you know, certainly still doing that,
Yes,
learning
we
to
are.
live with something that may not ever really completely go away.
That's true.
But we've certainly trying to mitigate our risk, and you know, continuing to live life with that unbridled spirit.
Yes.
That is Kentucky. Love this view here. So those brown circles that you're seeing, that's actually landscaping there. And in the spring, it is just gorgeous. When they plant the tulips, or when they've already planted the tulips, I imagine, but
Yes.
but when they come up in the spring, it is just a sight to behold.
I was learning a little bit about the landscaping here, and it said that they did not plan for parking lots
No.
back then
No.
because
That's
they
the
thought
point.
cars were a fad.
They were passing fancy.
That's right. And I thought that, wow, I mean, talk about change,
Right.
to see how far just the grounds have come since then,
Right.
as we talk about where all these people are going to park.
And it's interesting to note the beautiful floral clock caused one of the biggest controversies politically in Kentucky history. Most of the people didn't want it.
Who would not
When I
want
say
that
people, I'm
beautiful-
talking about legislators.
Okay.
Well,
They are
moving right
people.
along. They are people too. They have opinions, as we know. The floral clock is beautiful,
It is.
and I love how seasonally,
It
you
is.
know, it will change, and it's just a sight to see. And there's some nice seating around there,
Yes.
so if you're ever walking the grounds, it's a great place to walk, and you can just sit there and read a book or
And
just.
that is one of the things that most people who come to Kentucky to visit, if they come to Frankfort and they see the Capitol, they always will remember the floral clock.
Because how many other states have a floral clock?
Exactly.
So that just goes to show you, just do your own thing, right?
So now we're starting to see some of the unions represented here. Governor Beshear just attended the state AFL-CIO convention last week in Lexington, where he described himself as a proud pro-union governor of the Commonwealth, thanking them for their support. Called it our win. And we'll see a lot of these unions represented here today.
Right, yes. You're seeing United Auto Workers, and you're also going to see some of our, maybe we call them emerging industries, but you're going to be seeing representatives of the Blue Oval SK battery plant, and Ford and Toyota, and the AESC vehicle, which is being made down there in Bowling Green, or the parts for. And so interesting, because that is also a part of the theme and gratitude, or paying homage to educators, healthcare workers, and the economic development wins.
Yes.
So in the midst of 4 very trying years with natural disasters and 100-year pandemics, there has been some pretty significant growth in this state, and becoming, there you see it, Blue Oval SK. If you have not been on I-65,
Wow,
which most people, it is
incredible.
enormous. It's incredible. And this, the governor has said, this is the largest manufacturing plant in the world, or amongst the largest ones in the world. And it is a sight to see. It does kind of slow down traffic on I-65. I take that frequently, and I can't help but crane my neck.
It's
trying
the truth. It looks like a small city.
It
over
is a
there.
small city, and 5,000 people. Essentially, you could take some counties and put it right there.
Absolutely.
And that's what it would amount to. And so it's going to be a major economic boon when those plants are operational. We did get word that one of the plants, Kentucky Plant Number 2, may be delayed in the opening, but the construction is happening, and its project's still going to proceed forward. So these are major developments, and to have them a part of the parade, Ron, I have to ask, is that unprecedented to really visually say thank you to these companies that are coming here?
That is rather new, yes, because and it's appropriate, because it is helping the economy, and it's giving jobs where jobs are needed, and it's part of the progressive movement, in Kentucky going into the 21st century.
That's right, yes. I mean, it's here, all of this manufacturing and advanced manufacturing and all kinds of things. We're yet to see what could come.
That's right.
With artificial intelligence and all of that. It's quite remarkable. So you were just seeing those companies there, and then the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet and leadership would follow. The Department of Parks, the Department of Fish and Wildlife also will be among the parade attendees and participants. And I'm going to ask if we're able to hear Bill Bryant as announcer. We hear him vaguely, and I'm just curious, control room, if viewers are able to hear him. Okay. All right. So we'll continue to narrate the parade as best as we're watching it, as you're watching it. And so we'll continue to bring attention to those who are waving at the camera, saying hi, Mom and Dad, back home, and just showing their Kentucky pride today. Look at that.
Yeah. Speaking of the new electric vehicles, speaking of change and advances,
yes.
These electric vehicles are going to be displayed here in the parade, and, of course, a big part of Kentucky's economy with the massive battery park happening there, and some of the vehicles they're going to be showing off here. I'm not sure which ones are coming up exactly, but there's the Ford Lightning, the new battery electric full-size truck. This was just unveiled a couple of years ago, but it is going to be a big boon for Ford, of course, and the Kentucky Truck Plant in Louisville. They are also building the Ford Super Duty F-250, and so those are a couple of the trucks that they're going to be showing off here today.
Yeah, fun stuff. You've got the horsepower, and then you've got the horsepower.
Right? Isn't that the truth?
The four-legged variety, well, and the four-wheel variety.
A horse of all colors.
The horse of all
we
colors.
have come a long way since the first automobiles in the parade, which caused nearly a panic.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's talk about it.
Yes.
Because many people hadn't seen one. And when they saw the horseless carriage come down and spitting out its smoke and everything like that and making the noise and the horses getting scared, it was like, what in the world has happened?
Oh, wow. And of course, you didn't have television back then.
No.
So if you could have that documented now.
Sure.
The panic
that is wild.
Seeing people see that for the first time.
And one old lady in one of the crowds actually thought it was the devil coming down the street.
Mercy.
It was that new to a lot of people.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, it seems like, Kelsey, we're picking up on a theme here, that the parades are the place for new experiences.
I guess so.
Exactly.
That's right. Experience
Both of
a
the
little
good
bit of
and
everything.
the bad variety.
That's right.
This is going to be good. We're going to keep with a good, positive theme, and we're all very used to seeing all kinds of horsepower demonstrated. But it is fun to see starting off with the horse-drawn carriages, and then to see where we are now as a state. And
look at those
moving the state forward.
Workers there represented.
Wow.
I think these may be some of the workers with some of those plants.
I mean, talk about bringing out the heavy machinery.
Yeah.
Right? Wow.
Yeah, they're really showing off the big guns here.
Aren't they really? You kind of sometimes when you watch parades, except for maybe some of the big ones on national television, you miss the days of the old floats.
Yes, you
But
do.
this is the modern day float.
It is.
Department of Highways. And so this is an homage to all of the great people who work in our transportation cabinet and department to keep Kentucky literally moving. A lot of transportation needs the state has and are working on, and these are the folks who help make it happen. And we are seeing, I don't know if you can go down any major interstate or highway where you're not seeing, Kelsey, a lot of construction, widening of roads and et cetera to make room for growth, and those are good signs. Department of Parks. On a pontoon float.
Pontoon float.
There's
an old-fashioned float right there.
Okay, we got what we were asking for.
That's a float that floats.
That's a float that floats. It sure is. How fun is that? And, dressed in kind of period regalia there. Really fun. I love the themes happening here. You do wonder how they settle on something. Do they do it by vote? And
they brainstorm a great deal.
A great deal?
They do.
Yeah, that's fun.
And we should note that Kentucky's park system,
Department of Fish and Wildlife,
was always considered one of the greatest park systems in the nation, and one of the most progressive through the years also.
Yes, and look at the number of state parks we have.
Yes.
And they are working very closely to renovate some of those as well, and to make those tourism destinations in Kentucky. And I will say that they're great for retreats, all kinds of retreats, and just to enjoy nature, because we do have some of the prettiest places around.
It used to be said that God was an Englishman. Some people think God was a Kentuckian first.
We won't argue with that.
Yeah.
We won't argue with that. Division of Forestry you just saw. Over there, you see him right there. That's fun.
Is that Smokey the Bear
That's
there?
Smokey the Bear. Only you can prevent forest fires.
That's right. That's right. Well, which is another disaster that we've been dealing with here.
Goodness, you're right.
Those wildfires across eastern Kentucky.
That's right.
These are the responders who were fighting those fires, and of course the Division of Forestry, Kentucky National Guard involved there, local firefighters, volunteer firefighters, and so. Paying tribute to them for all of their hard work there in eastern Kentucky just here recently.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been having conversations with Mother Nature quite a bit here lately, but our first responders stand ready to answer the call. No candy throwing at this kind of parade.
No candy throwing.
Yet. Right?
Yeah, right? Yeah. I think.
You never know.
You never know. I don't know if I've ever seen them throw candy. They don't
I don't
really
think I
do
have
that.
either.
Yeah.
Probably just as well.
Probably, yes, probably.
This is Hazard and Perry County, I think, represented. Of course, one of those communities affected by flooding in July of 2022. Another showing off their rebuilding cost. You can see right there their volunteer hours. A lot of them holding up their signs to show their resilience after that historic flooding there. And so another story there of resilience and moving forward.
And it's interesting that these participants drive great distances. Hazard's a pretty good piece.
It's a long haul, for sure.
And the western part of the state,
That's
too.
right.
When we're all in the western part of the state, we hear the Bluegrass and Western Kentucky Parkway go both ways.
That's right.
Right? And we're often reminded that when we visit. And so it's good to have a day where it's not just about Frankfort, right? This is about the whole state and celebrating the whole state. It is a gubernatorial inauguration, but to see people who have been through extraordinary just issues and challenges to be here today just really makes your heart warm. That's a decker, isn't it? I mean, that's a
That is.
That's quite the ride. The rebuild cost $143 million. I mean, that's
that puts
amazing.
it in perspective.
It really does.
Wow.
And our hearts and thoughts are still to those. We know that some people are still trying to recover and to find their homes.
Thousands of people displaced there. 14 counties affected by that flooding, and many of them represented here today. These are also some of the home builders from those disaster areas you can see here.
The Housing Alliance.
Appalachia is rising. These are the representatives of various home builders from those disaster areas. Habitat for Humanity, Homes and Hope, the Hope Initiative, even Mayfield, Graves County, you know.
That's right.
All ends of the state there, and how they've come together to help rebuild those areas affected by disaster.
And we'll just put a plug in for our nightly weeknight program, Kentucky Edition, that's been able to share the stories of resiliency over these past, whether it's 2 years or a year and a half, of Kentuckians who really just banded together to help their neighbors, and our grassroots efforts really to help with food efforts and housing and all kinds of issues. And so it's good that today we celebrate them.
Yes,
in many ways, I mean, we are celebrating a new or a continuation of administration, or a second term, but it is also saying, you know, it's lifting up those who've seen some pretty tough times.
It's sometimes we should think about the many people who volunteered so many hours to help people in need, and Kentucky is very, very well known for that.
Right. We saw a sign that says, "Thank you to Governor Beshear and Team Kentucky for taking us to higher ground," certainly figurative and quite literally. Right, and so much work still to be done to help those 116 homes lost. And now you're hearing the national anthem. Floyd County Band, and once again, as Kelsey was talking earlier, you know, these are the counties that represent resiliency from flooding in eastern Kentucky, and to see them here today is extraordinary. We're allowing some pregnant pauses so that you can enjoy some of the music from the bands. They are a little bit, by the time they get to us, sometimes they have moved on. And so we're trying to keep pace as best as we can with what we think you might be seeing when we see it. We know that so many of you are watching because you have a kiddo who's not so much of a little kiddo anymore, who is marching in the band, or maybe riding in one of the floats, or just showing their Kentucky spirit today. And so we want to give you the opportunity to see them and to hear them if possible.
This is the Pike County Band.
So we may have told you that the parade is kind of, if not divided, but there are kind of two parts. There's a phase one and there's a phase two. And the phase one was the homage to the healthcare workers and educators and the economic development folks who are helping to bring more industry to Kentucky. And of course, you're seeing a lot of bands mixed in, but then we will see others, the dignitaries, elected officials, who you'll be seeing in a little bit as well. So it's interesting to blend those two, but to give the Kentuckians time to just be celebrated in their own space.
And it's amazing with Kentucky, with so many counties, you know, that so many of them do make the trip here for this.
Right.
And as you said a while ago, some great distances too, and at great sacrifice they do this. So it just gives more to the spirit of the day, I think.
Right. And they had to rehearse, right?
Yes.
You know, you have to, even though you know Jingle Bells, you got to know how to play it.
I've heard several versions of it in my life.
That's right, yes. Breathitt County, also one of those storm-ravaged counties in eastern Kentucky.
I wonder how many of the counties are represented here today.
It'd be interesting to know.
Yes,
and
it would.
When it's all said and done, I think that will be what is written about how recognizing, you know, what Kentucky has endured as a state. And while we're celebrating the inauguration of the leader of the state CEO, I believe, and we heard it last night during the private swearing in, that the governor gives a lot of credit to average, everyday Kentuckians who get up each and every day, sometimes facing tremendous challenges, and just get her done, right? And I think today is a day you can celebrate that spirit, and that's what you're seeing. Habitat for Humanity, we know the good work they do in helping to rebuild destroyed homes, and to give, quite frankly, those who maybe have not had a chance at home ownership, to help them along as well. Home ownership is often a path for greater economic prosperity, and to see them in the parade today. And you got to love the word hope, right?
Yes.
Maybe that's the subtext.
It is a theme.
It is a theme, and they are a group that builds homes and works with those who's been in distress. And I think hope says it all. It's funny, where we are on the balcony of the state reception room, which is on the second floor, you get a blend of lots of different sounds as they are passing the reviewing station and exiting. And so we're hearing lots of different bands. It sounds good. And I hope they sounded as good. Are you able to hear them as well, I should say, when they were right in front of you? A lot of talent in Kentucky. You're going to see some of that. You're seeing that on display now. And then later on today, you'll see a mega star.
That's right.
Who will be joining the stage for the public swearing in at 2 p.m. Tyler Childers.
This is the Gen EV Racing, the UK Center for Applied Energy Research, about 20-30 middle school students from Fayette County, 3 EV vehicles. Get this, they designed and built these.
Wow.
Talk about these
Fun.
kids these days.
Talk
you
about
know,
these
they
kids
don't just
next
play
generation.
with cars, they make cars.
They make cars, right? Yes.
It is incredible. So that's really cool to show off what those students have been up to, making EV vehicles.
That's
unbelievable.
Something. That is something. They can probably drive them better than I can. And not even able to. This is the Kentucky State University Band. Kentucky State University is Kentucky's only public, historically black college and university. The other is Simmons, but that is a private institution. They are performers in many ways. To hear their ensemble choir, in addition to their marching band, they certainly are great halftime performers.
Here's our big show I was looking for.
Yes, yes. And this is the home band, right? I mean, we're situated just a mile or two, maybe from where Kentucky State University is located. So we are, they're entertaining us on their soil today. And we're going to just listen in to them for just a couple of seconds. So as we mentioned to you earlier, there were kind of two phases of the parade, and the Kentucky State University Marching Band, they are the entrance to the second phase of today's parade. And you'll be seeing now from some Franklin County and Frankfort elected officials, and maybe a couple of former governors or two. And I'm looking forward to seeing Big Red, WKU's, Western Kentucky University's mascot.
Oh, yeah.
But we don't want to upstage Kentucky State University for the time being, so we'll still let you enjoy them, giving you a little spoiler alert on what's to come. And I believe these are the Franklin County officials. Mayor Lane Wilkerson, Judge Executive Michael Mueller, and State Senator Jay Williams. And there we are, Governor Paul Patton and his wife Judy. Now that kind of does your heart good.
Yes.
Governor Paul Patton, we visited Pikeville over the summer. He is 86 years old. Written his first book that is out and is available. Have you read this, picked it up yet?
Not yet, but I've read reviews of it so far.
And so I've got it coming in from Amazon for the holidays, and for him to talk about his 2 terms as governor, and to acknowledge the good and the not so good in his administration. And Judy, who has always been a very warm first lady.
Yes, very much.
And I think it's fitting to have the classic car that they're in, knowing them a little bit. Certainly it's good to see them out and about on this brisk day.
Governor Patton was always known as the governor with the common touch. He would talk to anyone and give them his full attention, so he's been remembered very fondly for that.
And that is true. If you've ever been in his presence, he is so warm and just down to earth as anyone can be. Western Kentucky University.
There's your Hilltoppers.
Those are our Hilltoppers. Go Tops.
That's my alma mater.
That's right. Yes. Same.
Got 2 Western grads
two
here.
Hilltoppers here. So go Tops. Very proud. Bowling Green, Kentucky. And very proud of them and that institution, all of the institutions in Kentucky.
Oh, yes.
I think I have a sweatshirt from each one of them. Because they all have their unique programs that help serve this state, help us with our workforce issues, and help enlighten a new generation of leaders and to bring them into their own leadership. And we know that so much is changing. And it's good to see the future marching around, celebrating the present.
That's the
and
truth.
Hopefully we can keep all of these young people here in Kentucky and maybe even see some of them be celebrated on a day like today. Western really showed up for this. This is a good 2.5, 3 hour drive.
Sea of red
That
right
is
there.
a sea of red. And they're playing the WKU fight song, and there's the towel wave that you're seeing. The red towel. Kind of the emblem of the university. Spirit makes the master.
Oh, yes.
Is the motto at Western Kentucky University. President is Dr. Timothy Caboni. And these are the Kentucky Supreme Court justices. Now, we're not sure we can see everyone because it's pretty dark, but we should have the justice, Chief Justice, Lawrence Van Meter. There should be Michelle Keller and Justice Nickel and Deborah Lambert. It's nice to have this kind of truck-pulled trolley action,
I know, that is a cool-looking trolley there.
Kind of fun.
So as you mentioned, this part of the parade, phase 2, we'll see a lot more of the dignitaries involved in this phase of the parade. But it is wonderful to see that, as well as all the folks that were in that first phase
Yes.
representing Kentucky, these representing sort of our representatives, but how they are all coming together to celebrate today.
That's right. That's right. And it's good to see that, and to different branches of government.
This is Ethan Almighty. I don't know if you remember this
I
dog.
remember this.
He was. He has become quite the sensation. Ethan Almighty. He was found abused and neglected in a parking lot back in 2021 in January, I believe, and went to the Kentucky Humane Society, and Jeff Calloway, the facilities director at the Humane Society, adopted him. Look at him now.
Look at him now. He looks very healthy and happy.
He is very healthy, and I tell you what, he's got he's quite the celebrity. He was just named the American Humane Hero Dog last year, a national award. He's got a spokesperson, if you will, job with
a publicist,
Bush Beer. He's the chief tasting officer.
Oh my goodness, that's a bad gig, isn't it, for him?
He's in the Animal Hall of Fame with the Kentucky Veterinary Medical Association. So he's really made quite the name for himself, Ethan Almighty. And here he is in the inauguration parade.
Well, that goes to show he's made it,
yes.
right? When he's making this kind of appearance. And now you're seeing some of the constitutional officers. That is Secretary of State Michael Adams. He is an incumbent, so he's not an elect. He has served 4 years already. He's now entering his second term. We should mention that the constitutional officers will be sworn in on January 1st. So they are not sworn in during this time period, but when the calendar flips over to the new year, he will be then. So we refer to them, if they haven't been previous office holders, as their office elect, but he is Secretary Adams, of course, is just Secretary Adams. This is the new incoming Attorney General, Russell Coleman, and his wife. Russell Coleman is former FBI. He was the U.S. Attorney for the Western District of the state, appointed by President Donald Trump, and has a really extensive background. He's an attorney, and he has been in conversations and work on criminal justice issues and reforms, and he is a big proponent of law enforcement and a good friend of former Republican gubernatorial nominee Daniel Cameron. And here we're seeing Russell Coleman and his wife enjoying a lap around Capitol Avenue. This is the state treasurer-elect. This is Mark Metcalf. Once again, he'll be sworn in at the beginning of the year. He is the treasurer, state treasurer-elect. He is the Garrett County prosecutor. He's held that position off and on, Ron Bryant, for I think about 20 or 30 years, different spurts, right?
Yes.
Comes with a pretty extensive prosecutorial background, but he will be serving as the state treasurer. And Allison Ball, who for 2 previous vote cycles was the top vote getter. Michael Adams bested her in November, but she was the former state treasurer. She's term limited, and so now she ran for state auditor and was successful and is the state auditor elect. That is Allison Ball. Allison's got 2 little ones at home. Marigold, and I believe it's Eli, and Asa Swan is her husband. He's probably taking care of her. Jonathan Schell, a former state representative who was one of the, I think, the youngest leader in the Kentucky House. He is now the Ag Commissioner-elect, and he will assume office at the beginning of the year, he and his lovely wife. His wife won't assume office, but she is with him in the vehicle.
Thank you all for taking care of us. Thank you. It's an honor to have you guys.
Jonathan Schell says he will, wants to expand more markets for agricultural goods in Kentucky, and he has a big interest in foster and adoptive kids, so we'll see how he uses this platform to help in that way with food insecurity. And so it's a bright new future for lots, because this is the first time in a cycle that we've had some new constitutional officers. We had the same ones from before, and so now we've got some fresh faces who will be in the Capitol. He's also from Garrett County. Okay, House and Senate Democratic caucus members are behind Commissioner-elect Jonathan Shell. Go Thoroughbreds, which I guess is that the K-State, is that the Kentucky State University trolley or something? They're Thoroughbreds. I'm not sure if that's for them or not. But those are the leaders. Those are the colors, so it must be. Those are the Democratic leaders of the Kentucky House and Kentucky Senate. And they're exiting their trolley.
March Madness marching band.
This is an interesting group. They're very colorful. Even their outfits, I think, represent that superlative.
They look like a lot of fun.
They're a lot of fun. Many of them are from Lexington, and they often appear in parades. I don't remember them appearing in an inaugural parade before. I know Jonathan Miller, who is a former state treasurer, his sister is very involved, I think, in this group. But you can see they've got some style, right?
Yeah, they do.
Those candy canes are good props. So it's good to see them in the parade, adding some more festive nature to the parade and a little dance move to go along with it. We're going to see some local government floats coming up, we believe, here in a moment.
That's right. I don't know if we missed the Louisville Metro float.
I wonder if we did.
But they may be still to come. This is Todd County, JROTC there, and their cheerleaders along with them.
Todd County is a pretty good distance from here as well.
And they've all brought the crowd. They have a lot
contingent of folks with them.
A lot of people.
Good to see that.
It is so fun to see them bring in the students and the schools and get them involved in this, and because it's something about being here where you do feel the history of it, and you understand the significance of it, and
they become part of history at this point.
Exactly.
Right.
And to become part of history at that age, can make a real lasting impression on students and help them be involved in government and interested in government, and that's
even if they're
wonderful.
not maybe voting age, to show them what's possible, and there's something just about being on these grounds, right, that is so inspiring. The Red Oak Winter Guard from Nicholasville. So we're hearing lots of Christmas sounds. We heard the one of my favorite cartoons for Christmas, Charlie Brown Christmas, and we heard the Peanut song just a moment ago. But now we're getting a little joy to the world. It's fun to hear folks celebrating the season. And this very well could be some of the performers that we're hearing later who are rehearsing.
I think that may be what it is.
So where we're perched, we're right here where all the action is, so really just above it, just a floor above it. The governor will be directly below where we are. So there's a lot of rehearsals happening for the 2 o'clock swearing in. So there's some blending of voices and songs and sounds and melodies right now. And you're going to be in for a good treat if you get to hear a little later what we're hearing right now.
Knox County, JROTC there, represented.
So I believe our Laura Rogers has been able to catch up with Governor Paul Patton.
And we are joined by the former governor of Kentucky, Paul Patton. A lot of people walking by, shaking your hand, wishing you a happy Inauguration Day.
Great to be here on a day like this.
It has to be bringing back so many fond memories for you. What are you thinking today?
Well, I just think the prospects in Kentucky are good, and that's what we're all looking for. I think Andy Beshear has done a great job, and people realize that. And today's a celebration of it. But 4 years of hard work ahead. I know that.
Well, let's talk about that. So another term for the Beshear-Coleman administration. What does that mean for the Democratic Party in Kentucky as a whole?
Well, I think it's a very positive sign that the people of Kentucky are willing to look at people for their qualifications. Certainly that's what they did with Andy. And he's done a good job, and he deserves it. You need 8 years to do this job. It takes you 4 years to get it started, and then 4 years to get it implemented. And I just say we got an election for 8 years with a 4-year interim judgment is the way I look at it.
Well, and you served 8 years. You were a 2-term governor.
Yes.
So what advice do you have for Governor Beshear as he goes into his second term?
Well, he knows all he needs to know. You know, I've been out of office 20 years. Things have changed a lot in 20 years. And he understands that. I've got full confidence in him.
Well, it's so good to see you, Governor Patton.
Good to be here.
I wish you a happy Inauguration Day, just like the others have been.
Just like that sunshine up there. It's just a bright day in Kentucky.
It is a beautiful day in Kentucky and right here in the state capitol. Good to see you.
Good to see you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura Rogers, with former Kentucky Governor Paul Patton, who served 2 terms. And I loved what he said there, and I've heard him say that before. It takes you 4 years kind of to get started, and then the next 4 years to implement it. But very few get the luxury of having 2 terms.
That's very true.
And I think some would say that Governor Beshear got quite a bit done. He and the legislature did quite a bit in these last 4 years.
And for Governor Patton to say that, because he was the first since 1800, is that right?
Since James Garrett, nearly 200 years before.
Because that amendment was passed during his time in office.
That's right. Yeah.
We didn't like governors to succeed themselves for many years.
Right, right. That amendment, 1992, Governor Brereton Jones didn't get to enjoy that, but he stepped back so that someone else could, right?
Very true.
And we lost Governor Brereton Jones this year, but certainly a legacy that lives on and inspires future leaders in Kentucky. A good parade so far, more to come. We believe we're also hearing them tune up down there. This is some great sounds coming from below us. This is the Cumberland County Retired Teachers. And we have, retired teachers often feel like they don't get heard as often, but we're seeing them today, and they are enjoying their place in the parade. Well, it wouldn't be a parade without Abe Lincoln. Pretty fun. That's the log cabin where we've got a pretty good view of that. Appropriate float. This is the first time, Ron, I think I've seen this.
Yes, that is, I think, first.
Yeah. So is there any truth to, there is a statue of Abe Lincoln in the center of the rotunda where all of these major ceremonies are held. Is there any truth to if you rub his toe, you will have good luck?
If you look at his boots, you'll see how many people's tried that.
Well, and I was among them.
You don't want to test it the opposite.
That's right. It is worn there where people have tried their luck rubbing the toe, the bronze toe of Abraham Lincoln.
That's one of the best statues of Lincoln, right?
It is quite striking, and takes center stage in that rotunda. And last night you saw that when you watched coverage of KUT.
And I always remember what Lincoln said when he was running for the presidency in 1860 about Kentucky. I too am a Kentuckian.
I too am a Kentuckian.
Yeah, he was born here.
That's exactly right. There is a great documentary in the vault of KET just titled that, I Too Am a Kentuckian. And maybe folks can look that back up again.
That was a very good one, by the way.
It was a very good one. It seems like yesterday, but it's been quite a few years, yes. Probably 20 or so. Oh, this is beautiful and festive.
I think this is the Boyle County Arts Academy.
Uh-huh.
Which would make sense. It's very artistic.
Yeah, absolutely. I like a little winter wonderland. We are nearing the end of the parade. It is 12:22 Eastern Time, 11:22 Central Time. If you're just joining us, you are watching the inaugural parade. I think that's Hart County that we just saw there. We saw Boyle County Arts Academy just a moment ago, Lewis County, JROTC.
I think that's McLean County. A lot of these groups, too, the future leaders of Caldwell County, the future business leaders, the future farmers, 4-H. And so, again, just wonderful to see these kids interested in leadership in their own schools, and hopefully that translates into their adult lives as well.
You may be looking at some of future governors in those groups.
That's right. Very well be. And you're right, Kelsey, you said it just so well earlier about seeing these young people participate today. And it's brisk. It's not it's comfortable, but it is brisk, and many of them have driven great distances to be here, and for them to come to Kentucky's cradle of democracy and to be here to witness history and to be a part of history. We hope that does inspire future leaders and just more civic engagement, right? To learn more about what your government is doing and to be a part of, and to have felt like you've been a part of
That's
it.
Right.
That's what today is
step.
about. That's right. To feel like my voice matters, and me being here today for these young people, hopefully that communicates that they matter. They are our future. There was a former state representative who used to say the young people are 25% of our population, but 100% of our future.
Exactly.
And if she's watching, she knows exactly who I'm talking about, who was famous for quoting that. And that is so very true. So to see us kind of round out this parade today with these young parade attendees and to be a part of the parade, it's encouraging.
It is.
When we think youth are disengaged and just on their devices.
That's right.
They're actually out here in the briskness.
They're out here. And among the dignitaries, too. We talked about how, this is all about the pomp and circumstance and all of the elected leaders and that. But the kids are right there with them. And so they matter just as much.
That's right.
It's so important that young people always have a feeling for history and how the government works. That is the foundation stones for our future right there.
Well, and it's all a part of democracy,
yes.
right?
Yes,
And in addition to having an open and free press, having people engaged and being informed citizens and feeling like they're a part of their government, certainly. And we're glad that we're able to bring this part of today's festivities with you. We may be nearing the end or at the end of the parade, and so we certainly appreciate you being here with us as we see them kind of round the bend here. We're coming up on some of the last few participants in the parade, and perhaps we have seen all of the participants in the parade at this juncture. Kudos to all of our camera crew who are out working and getting us these fabulous perspectives, many that we have not had ever before. And so under the direction of Carl Babcock, who is also our manager of Frankfort operations. Thank you for all of you all for doing a fabulous job for Kentucky today.
It is an incredible operation.
Oh, it is.
Just seeing the behind the scenes and what goes into bringing you these fantastic pictures, it really is an undertaking. That's beautiful.
It's beautiful. Even with the scaffolding on the dome, as we mentioned before.
Just shows progress, right?
It shows progress. That's right. And Ron, the Capitol is due for a little touch-up.
Yes, it is.
I mean, this building is 110 years old.
Yes.
And there have been, touch-ups here, there, and yon. I remember the chambers have gotten new desks and new carpet, but we're talking about a full-scale, multi-million-dollar renovation.
And it's time. It is, because this building, even though massively built, it's still to the weather and wear and usage. It has to be preserved, for many, many generations to come.
Yes. It is a beautiful Capitol, and we're showing you so many sides of the outside, but we do hope that you and your kiddos and taking the field trips will come to the state Capitol to just see the inside. The grounds are beautiful, but the inside will certainly just have your eyes constantly moving. It's beautiful, and as Kelsey mentioned earlier, it's where all three branches of government can be found, and that makes Kentucky unique. You may be hearing some warm-up behind us. My Old Kentucky Home is being performed.
I can't help it. I get chills every time I hear it.
Every time. The gentleman last night who performed the state anthem in the rotunda, oh my goodness, extraordinary. And
it's one of the most beautiful state songs there is.
Yes, absolutely. And still more young people which we love seeing these bands. They just keep coming.
And now let's make welcome the Frankfort All-Star Marching Band carrying out the tradition of all inauguration.
Western Hills High School, that's situated here in Frankfort, correct? So we always kind of end the parade, the inaugural parade, with the home teams, right?
And that's appropriate.
That's appropriate, right? So it's good that we appreciate them giving us such a warm welcome.
Yes.
And opening their city to us today.
Another thing about the Capitol here is that it is situated really in neighborhood settings, and that the grounds are open for people to come. You'll see people running and walking, and it really is open to the public. And
so many state capitals
rare,
are situated in a city, and you really can't see where the Capitol starts and the city ends. This sits very majestically on this hill, and I think they had a very good idea when they decided to do that. It really made a difference.
Yeah, it is.
It's extraordinary. Unique. All up and down Capitol Avenue. I mean, whether the dome has scaffolding or not, it's decorated in its own way right now. It is a sight to behold, and in the mansion next door.
Yes.
Literally, the governor has no commute. He can count the steps to his first floor office.
There are some enthusiastic cheers there. I don't care if it's the end of the parade or not, but they're still.
That might have been the Frankfort
loudly.
All-Star marching band. We want to confirm that. We don't want to misidentify anyone. But they're, as the kid would say, rolling really deep here. This might just be the hometown band as well. There's something about the energy that a marching band gives, right?
So
Whether it's halftime or it's a parade, the drum line, it's something about it that just lifts your spirits a little bit.
We've come a long way from Governor Shelby's musical accompaniment, which was some drums and some fifes, and that was all there was.
We have come a long way indeed, because it is far more than that. And to see all of these great bands be here today, there's First Lady Brittany Beshear, a little inspired. She's feeling the drum line, isn't she? That's fun. We do have youthful administration.
Yes.
With Governor Andy Beshear, who was mid-40s.
Yeah.
And the Lieutenant Governor also early 40s, and to have them young kids. I mean, it's a youthfulness, and even in the legislature, that's changing. Where many of those who serve.
Oh, just very few years ago, it was very much the preserve of the senior citizens, to be honest with you.
But isn't it encouraging?
It is. It
to
is.
see folks who are making really a sacrificial.
Oh, we have, and it is a sacrifice now. It really
mercy.
is.
It is.
And that's why so many people don't go into public service, and that's something that needs to be changed.
Right. And to know that people are making the time to be here, and we want to give some expression of gratitude for folks you don't see, those folks who help make these grounds so elaborate.
Oh my goodness!
When you're here in the Capitol, sometimes I've been here really late at night, and to see the custodial staff. They buff the floors, even in the annex, many, many times a week. And it is just pristine. From this building, there's an annex building that houses many of the offices, and they just take immaculate care of these grounds and of the dwellings. And it's just a good shout out to them for taking good care of those of us who are here sometimes, and even today.
The people behind the scenes that don't get the glory many times need it.
That's right,
really
and appreciate it when you just give them a little shout out. Well, if you're just joining us, you've missed a great parade. I'm Renee Shaw, along with KET host Kelsey Starks and Kentucky historian and author Ron Bryant, who's often here with us on gubernatorial inauguration day. We've had a great parade full of great bands, great music, great floats that hearken to our ingenuity, to even elevate those who've helped bring us through challenging times and difficulties, our healthcare workers and educators, and even an homage to the new industries that are emerging here in Kentucky that's responsible for some of our economic development boom, looking at those battery plants and seeing the union workers. It really has been a good parade celebrating all of those and elected officials as well to help make Kentucky drive us forward. And that is part of the theme today, Forward Together. That's this theme of Governor Andy Beshear and Jacqueline Coleman, and you'll be seeing that around in signage and also mentions throughout the day. And there's a lot more to come. We know we're just a little bit past 12:33, and we've got some more celebrations yet to come. There'll be a prelude, a musical prelude that you'll hear some great music. And then at 2 o'clock is the public swearing in, and there might be someone who might just upstage the governor just a little bit, Kelsey.
That may be. We are very much looking forward to some of the people who are going to be here, including Tyler Childers, who is going to be performing. And so I know a lot of people looking forward to that as well. And I tell you what, some of the warm-ups we were hearing, I don't know who those people were, but they were phenomenal too. So I think there's a lot still to come. Of course, this is wrapping up here. We'll have the prelude at 1:30, and then, as Renee mentioned, the public swearing-in ceremony at 2 o'clock, and then the inaugural Grand March at 6 o'clock this evening.
And you can watch it all from your living room where it's nice, toasty, and warm, maybe with some hot cocoa. We're going to get some hot cocoa and some coffee. We're going to let you enjoy an interview that I did just a couple of weeks ago with Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman that aired this past Sunday on Connection. So we asked her some questions about her future political ambitions, and you can hear the answer in this interview. We know today's guest as the 58th Lieutenant Governor of Kentucky. Jacqueline Coleman's resume also includes being an educator, basketball coach, writer, and founder of a nonprofit. Lieutenant Governor Coleman joins me today to talk about the priorities of the second Beshear Coleman administration, what we can expect to see her take on in the next 4 years, and what could come for her 4 years from now. I know she's been asked this a lot. Welcome, Lieutenant Governor. It's good to have you.
Thank you so much for having me.
The times we've been in the studio 4 years ago, you were expecting.
Yes.
And now you have this wonderful little girl who is getting ready for all the inauguration festivities as we talk and record this program. That's really front and center for the administration right now.
Yes, and we have a lot going on. I'm primarily focused on getting this almost 4-year-old dressed and down those steps at the Grand March. But she'll have a big time at the parade, and it's a great day for Kentuckians, and certainly it will be a little bit more familiar to us this second time around.
Right, yes, you've done this before, but it doesn't mean that it's familiar, right? I mean, it's still exciting, it's still history making, in so many ways, so much preparation. We were talking about that before we started recording, about all the work that goes into this, because there's so many events and so many wardrobe changes and all kinds of things. So.
Right, and I think about the folks behind the scenes that bring this day to life. They make it so beautiful and so special for so many people, and I'm just so grateful that we have so many talented artists and designers and folks who can plan an event like I've never seen before, and lots of events in one day.
That's right.
So we're very fortunate here in Kentucky to have those great people.
Well, the good thing is you're not doing a transition, a formal transition right now, as opposed to when you first came in office. So does that help take off some of the pressure right now?
Absolutely. You know, you think about it, the last time coming in, I was an assistant principal.
Right.
I had no staff that had come together. The governor had, the folks who had been in the Attorney General's office with him to help, but we were putting together a whole new cabinet. We were putting together all those folks we needed in those key positions. And so this time we have all of that in place, and it's a matter of making sure that we continue putting one foot in front of the other and producing for the folks of Kentucky.
And also relishing the time, right? To take it in, which is hard to do when you're in the middle of all the planning, but to really realize like where you are and the history that you're making. I mean, have you taken full stock of like the success of the administration and where you are in it?
I try. It is overwhelming sometimes, and someone who taught history, I think about the moment, and I think about making sure that you're present in that moment to take it all in. But as you introduced me as the first woman in Kentucky's history to be reelected as lieutenant governor, or governor for that matter, it blows my mind some days to think about. And I think about, honestly, I say this a lot, but every day I walk into that Capitol, the first thing I see is the Nettie Depp statue. It's the first female we've ever had in statue form in the Capitol. And then I get to see my name on the Lieutenant Governor door, and I just think about how lucky I am.
Right.
And so I'm just so grateful to be able to enjoy this second inauguration day with all of our friends and family.
And the campaign being behind you, what a relief I'm sure that was and is.
Yes. I think we're all glad to see those commercials go away.
No comment.
even us.
Even you all,
yes.
right? Yes.
But it's nice to put it behind us. I'm proud of the race that we ran, and plan on being even more proud of the second half of this service that we're providing to Kentucky.
Right, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in just a moment.
Yeah.
There's already been some attrition. We talked a little bit about transition, not having a formal transition team, but we know the Commissioner of Juvenile Justice has stepped down. And this is normal, that people will decide after a few years, okay, I've had my fill. Do you expect there to be other folks who decide to move on, and can you reveal any of that?
Well, we've announced a few, vacancies folks were looking to fill in those roles. One really exciting piece of news is that Colonel Jeremy Slinker, who was overseeing Kentucky Emergency Management, has actually been drafted into FEMA, and so he's going to be working in the southern region of the country in that leadership role. No doubt because of the leadership that he helped show here in Kentucky through some really trying times. And so we have some attrition. We have folks moving on to other things. We have folks who are deciding that they've put in their time of service and they're ready to retire and move on to other things. And so it's just a really natural transition point for a lot of folks. But we're looking again to make sure that we fill those roles with the best people. And there are so many people who want to be a part of Team Kentucky now, which is helpful in picking the best of the crop that we have here in Kentucky. And I'm really looking forward to helping folks to transition into these new roles, reimagining what they could be, and seeing how that fits into a second term for us.
Right. What do you consider to be the crucial top challenge facing Kentucky now, and how, as you as Lieutenant Governor, see yourself being a part of the change in a positive way?
You know, I think that we are really at a crossroads now with our commitment to public education. My dad was in the State House. He was on the Education Committee when CARA was passed. So I have heard my entire life about how critical that piece of legislation was to equalizing the state, to making sure that whether you're in Letcher County or Lincoln County, you can guarantee that your schools are funded adequately and equitably. And we've moved a long way from that. And that's a big concern for me, because right now I think we're truly looking at a decision of, are we going to recommit ourselves to public education in Kentucky to make sure every kid, no matter their zip code, has every opportunity that they can have? Or are we going to look at going in a different direction that, in my opinion, would drastically harm our rural schools, our minority students, all of the kids that were benefited by CARA? Are the kids that we are at risk of losing if we fail to recommit to public education in the Commonwealth of Kentucky the way it needs to be.
And we know, as we are just a few days out from the 2024 legislative session, that education is going to be a top priority of state lawmakers and school choice. Possibly a constitutional amendment that they could, if they can pass it themselves, put on the ballot for Kentucky voters to ratify in November about that. How active will the administration be against that proposed constitutional amendment? The governor doesn't have the power to veto it because it's a constitutional amendment, but how full-throated will you get behind the opposition to that?
Well, I think there is a real opportunity here. In my mind, and the work that I've done my entire life in the classroom and as lieutenant governor, I've always believed that public education can and should be a bipartisan, nonpartisan issue. It's truly about building the best Commonwealth, the best economy, investing in kids that need it. And that should be something that we should all be able to rally behind and get behind. And in my mind, we have two options here. If the General Assembly decides to move forward with a constitutional amendment that would allow vouchers or charter schools or whatever method they choose to move forward with, I think it's really important to note that the reason this is happening is because this law was struck down by the Supreme Court. They have tried time and time again to get something like this through, and it's unconstitutional. So now they're looking at changing the Constitution. That's really hard to do. What really is simple and the right thing to do is to make sure that every kid has access to the best education. And I'm going to fight for that every single day. I don't believe parents should have to take one more step to ensure that their kids are served the way that they need to be served. I think they should be able to put their kids on the school bus every morning, drop their kids off at school every day, and know my kid is going to be treated equally to every other child in Kentucky, and we're giving our kids the best shot. And that's what I'm going to be vocal about. That's what I'm going to be working towards. And I don't care what party you're in. I don't care what elected title you have. I am willing to work with whoever is committed to making that happen for our kids.
Right. We also know that Kentucky kids face other challenges that are not just educational in scope. There had been reports of kids who were in out-of-home care, sleeping on state floor offices. Or state offices, the floor of state offices. When we think about all the challenges facing Kentucky kids, hunger, food insecurity, unfortunate abuse, and in environments when there's substance use, I mean, it's not just education. No. It's the entire environment of a child that informs how well they do in school. Is the administration prepared to take on a more holistic approach at child welfare that could lead to better educational outcomes?
As a teacher, I think about the whole child, right? So often we refer to them as students, and they're, of course, in desks and classrooms and all of those academic things, but the reality is a hungry kid is going to be less likely to focus in school. A kid that has to go home to abuse or neglect is less likely to be focused in school, and that negatively impacts the trajectory of that child's life. I'm also an adoptive mother. And so I have seen the struggles of our kids in our classrooms, whether they're in foster care, whether they're couch surfers, whether they are coming from a home that may not be giving them everything they need. It impacts their learning, absolutely. But it also impacts their future family. And those are all of the pieces that we've got to make sure that we're putting together for our kids. Now, that's a tall order. Hunger and, like you said, abuse and neglect, the best education possible. We've got to find a way to put that entire package together. And it's going to take all of us, right? It takes the village of people that we have in Kentucky to help bring those kids along and make sure they have what they need. That could be the guidance counselor at the school. It could be their coach. It could be an adult in their life, right? But it's going to take all of us making sure that we prioritize every single segment of a child's life, because we don't get to, dissect a child and say, well, we did this well, but this, and this is still not up to par. It's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that all of our kids' needs are met to the best of our ability, because that's what gives our kids the best outcome. At the end of the day, it changes their future family's life. I've seen it with my own eyes. I know what it can do for a kid. And as Kentucky's highest elected mother, that's something that I'm committed to making sure that we work towards every single day.
Yeah. And as you know, you're working with a General Assembly that is not of your party, a supermajority that they have. And this question has been asked many times about in a second term administration. You'll be termed out. What's the incentive for Republican lawmakers to work with your administration this time around? Why is it different? How are you working to make it different? And we've heard some of the Republican leadership say there's not an incentive to do things differently than in the previous 4 years. Yeah. What do you say, and what do you hope for?
Well, I say that incentive was made pretty clear on November 7th. Kentuckians elected a governor who puts people over politics. They elected a lieutenant governor who has worked in the classroom her entire life. And this is what they asked for. They also asked for this General Assembly. And so it's really incumbent upon all of us to find that common ground. Are we going to agree on everything? Of course not. But it really is important that we find the places where we can, and we find those areas where we can move forward together, and understand that there was a decision made by Kentuckians on November 7th that this is the administration that they wanted. They approved of disaster response. They approved of us being an education first administration. All of those things that we've been through together, Kentuckians said we want 4 more years of that. That's an incentive. That should incentivize the folks who are in the legislature to do the right thing for the right reasons and put politics aside. That's what Kentuckians are asking for. That's what they deserve. And that is certainly what the governor and I are committed to do.
Are you all already talking now with Republican leaders about what you can agree on in 2024 during the session?
Yes, and let me just say, I think the notion that the governor and our administration doesn't work with the Republicans in the legislature was, quite frankly, an overblown campaign strategy. The governor is in talks with the legislative leaders. Folks in the office are too. And we do that because we want to make sure that we can find those shared priorities and move them forward. And, we've done that. There may be some things that we may not be able to see eye to eye on, but there are certainly things that we can. To me, that should be the focus. And again, the governor and I rejected the culture war ideology. We rejected the notion that Kentuckians cared more about these manufactured culture wars than they do about jobs and healthcare and education. And we were right. And so to me, that's the signal of what Kentuckians want. And it's not a signal that the governor and I should get everything that we want, but it's also not a signal that the General Assembly should either. It's about coming together and working together. That's what people want at the end of the day.
How active will you and the governor be as we come upon 2024? It's a big year, not just presidentially, but we have congressional seats and we have state legislative seats, which we watch very closely. So those contests will be up in 2024. How active will you be to make sure that maybe some of those red seats can flip to blue?
Well, we were going to have to see how all of this shakes out after the filing deadline in January, and to see there will be some shuffling around. I think we've already seen some legislators say that they're going to step down and move on to other work. And so the deck is still being shuffled right now. Right. So I think we still have to see kind of how that plays out. But I can tell you this: I'm here to help anybody who'll support public education. Yeah. And I know the governor is going to be looking at these races as well moving forward.
Rocky Atkins, will he still serve as senior advisor to the governor?
As far as I know.
So no changes at the tippy top, right?
Right.
That you can foresee.
Yeah, we've still got all of our leadership in place.
Right. So as you know, and you know this question's coming, before 1995 there were 4 lieutenant governors: Martha Lane Collins, Steve Beshear, Bertrand Jones, and Paul Patton. They all moved into the governor's mansion. Since that time, Steve Henry, Steve Pence, Daniel Mongiardo, Jerry Abenson, Crit Llewellyn, and Janine Hampton, they did not move on to greater things in politics. What's going to be for you after these 4 years? Because you have to already decide sometime, given the fact that there was almost a $60 million race in 2023, in order to build up a war chest, in order to build up your profile even more than you have now. When will you decide, and when will you announce that you'll run for governor of Kentucky?
I've never been one to plan so far ahead. I really do just try to make the next right decision. And that has led me to where I am today. And so I'd like to say that that's working for me so far. So I really do try to take that next step, make the next right decision, and see where it takes me. And so that's what I'll keep doing. And to me, that's what leads me where I'm supposed to be. And, you know, my dad used to say, you never want to get out too far over your skis. Right? And so that's what I'll keep doing. And when the time comes, I think the decision will be clear, but that time is not right now. We've got so many things that we have to accomplish to finish up all of the progress we've made in this first term. And to me, that's what's going to shape this second term. It's the legacy of the Beshear Coleman administration, and making sure that we cement that, and that we build off of this economic success, that we make sure that we keep prioritizing public education. Those are the things that have made us successful, and those are the things that we're going to keep focusing on, and all that other stuff will come some other time.
I just recall on election night being on the other side of this studio and seeing the victory hold between you and the governor. And there were conversations about not just these 4 years, but the next 4 years for both of you. Possibly national stage for the governor, and possibly a bigger stage for you. Lieutenant Governor, with all due respect, have you not thought about being the state CEO?
So this seat offers me a unique opportunity. It offers me a window into that world. It offers me a seat beside the CEO, right? And so, of course I pay attention. Of course I think about strategizing, and I think about how I can help and assist and advise, and that's my job. But again, at the end of the day, you know, these are decisions that really shouldn't be made right now, in my opinion, because the landscape of Kentucky is going to change. The landscape of the country is going to change. You never know what issue is going to creep up that you never saw coming. If anyone knows that, it's us. And so again, it's really truly about making that next right decision, thinking about it, being mindful about it, but also keeping an open mind to opportunities out there.
Yeah. For other young women who are watching you, and maybe they're not so young, you know, maybe they're middle-aged, and they're in an advocacy space, and they're wondering how they can make even more of a difference in maybe a political space. What would you advise them to do and not to do?
Yeah. It's, you know, I think about me being that woman, you know, looking up to people like Crit Llewellyn and Martha Lane Collins and so forth and so on. And so to think of it, the shoe being on the other foot, is still a new concept to me. But I think for women, I would give the same advice I did when I founded Lead Kentucky. Our tagline was, find your passion, get involved, and take the lead. And I would say the same thing for women who are, whether it's advocacy, whether it is elected office, whether it is a leadership in a corporation, on a board, in whatever field you're in. We all have that passion that sparks in us. For me, it was public education, of course. So find a way to get involved in organizations. Find a way to find those niches of people who work on the same things you care about. Get involved in those organizations, and once you're involved, don't be afraid to step out and take the lead. I have made some scary decisions in my life to run for office, not just this time, but of course in the state house before. And I would not be where I am today had I not made those decisions, had I not stepped out, had I not been unsuccessful the first time. I wouldn't have been successful the second time. And so you never know where those decisions are going to take you, and that's why I always say you try to make the next right one.
Yeah.
But for women, I would say find your passion, get involved, and take the lead. Make that last step.
We know that women are sometimes hesitant, particularly to enter the political space and to take those leadership roles, even when it comes to corporate or nonprofit work.
Yeah.
They second guess their ability. Do you second guess yourself?
Every day.
In what way?
Every day. I think about me when I tell young women, don't let yourself succumb to imposter syndrome, right?
Easier said than done.
Easier said than done. And so honestly, I have to check myself and say, if I were talking to the younger me, what would I say right now? And that's how I get myself out of that space. But it is sometimes so second nature for women to question themselves or doubt. And I want women to know I do it every single day. But then I think about, what would I tell my younger self? And that's always the answer, right? It's always the answer when you think about inspiring young women and what you wished you had done in those roles. And when you have the opportunity, you got to do it.
Yeah. You don't doubt that you could be a governor, a good governor, do you?
I would say I doubt myself just in the day-to-day ways that are pretty common for women. But I have loved this opportunity. I have loved this role, and think about how I might be able to find myself in service throughout this second term and in the future. I probably will still doubt myself, but I will always remember to do what I would tell my younger self to do.
Yeah, just do it afraid, right?
Right.
You never get over that fear. You just do it afraid.
That's right.
And the time we have remaining, talking about women's issues, and this is not just a women's issue, so I want to say that first of all, but abortion and Kentucky's near total abortion ban. And your administration, you and the governor have been pretty adamant about support for exceptions. How much will you advocate for that in this upcoming session of the General Assembly?
Well, I will say, Kentucky voters have asked and answered that question, right? I mean, they had an opportunity to vote on that on the amendment that was on the ballot, and rejected it, as did Kansas, as did Ohio. I could keep going. These are not bastions of liberalism, right? These are people who say, we've got to think about this. We've got young women who are victims of rape and incest. We have women, young and middle-aged, who suffer from non-viable pregnancies every day. And we've got to be very careful with crafting policy around this issue, because it is not black and white. It is very much a gray area issue, and one that, quite frankly, I think young women like Hadley, that was in our commercial, can speak much better about it than I can. But I think truly Kentuckians have asked and answered that question. It will be interesting to see if the General Assembly takes notice of that, or if they choose not to listen to the voters.
Many people who've watched the Kentucky governor's race, said that the Hadley ad was the seminal moment in the campaign. Do you believe that as well?
I absolutely do. That young woman, and I told her this when I met her, I said, you have more bravery in your pinky finger than most of us will ever have. And I thanked her for being brave enough to share her story. I thanked her for making sure that she was a voice for other young women who may have gone through something like this, who have been afraid to talk about it, who have been afraid to address it. She gave a voice and a face to an issue that so often women are told to be embarrassed about and told to hide. And to me, she changed the landscape of this conversation in Kentucky for the better, because we centered women's voices in it.
Yeah. Well, we thank you, Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman, for being here in person this time. We did this 4 years ago, and we did it differently, but it's nice to sit across from you, and we appreciate your time and we appreciate your service.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Best to you and the governor. And you just watched my interview with Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman. That was taped a couple of weeks ago, and we talked about her political ambitions. You heard, or maybe didn't hear. She's keeping that very close to her chest. But we still have some activities still to come. We have the prelude, and musical prelude that will begin at 1:30. The public swearing in begins at 2 p.m. And then the final event that KET is covering is the inaugural Grand March, which is the official presentation of the governor and lieutenant governor. I'm Renee Shaw. Thank you so much for being with us today, and we're now going to take you to a state capitol documentary that was produced a couple of years ago by producer Tom Bickle about the glorious historic grounds and the beautiful state capitol that is Kentucky's state capitol. Enjoy.
Every 4 years for over a century, a statue known as Lady Kentucky has watched from her perch high on a magnificent structure in Frankfort, overlooking a celebration of Kentucky's democracy. It is Inauguration Day, and this building is the stage for the state's big event. Thousands have come from around the Commonwealth to watch the parade of bands and military units escort the governor-elect to the swearing-in ceremony. While this spectacular state house presents a stunning backdrop for the day's festivities, in a few hours it will fulfill the purpose it was designed for 100 years ago. It is the workplace for the new governor, as he or she joins legislators and justices as they conduct the business of government from this temple of democracy, Kentucky's state capitol.
Funding for this program is made possible in part by the KET Endowment for Kentucky Productions.
On June 1st, 1792, Kentucky was admitted as the 15th state into the United States of America. On the following Monday morning, in a log house in Lexington, newly elected state representatives met, and Isaac Shelby was inaugurated as the state's first governor. The next action for this first General Assembly was to choose which city would be the seat of government for this new state and home to the Kentucky state capitol. Several cities would vie for the right to be the capital of Kentucky: Louisville, Frankfort, and Lexington. The city of Frankfort would be chosen for several reasons.
What many people don't know about Frankfort is that it used to be much larger than it is today. At one time, Frankfort was almost comparable in size to Louisville and Lexington. The river was a great catalyst. Many steamboats and all different types of industry came down the river to Frankfort. We had furniture industries, we had hemp-making industries, we had tobacco, we later had whiskey and bourbon. So it was centralized in the state, and it just became popular that Frankfort would be the capital.
With Isaac Shelby as governor, Kentucky had chosen a natural leader. He was a military hero from many battles prior to and during the American Revolution. His strength and leadership was proven as the government itself established in Frankfort. Indeed, Governor Shelby would personally choose Kentucky's state motto from his favorite revolutionary song, the Liberty Song.
By uniting we stand, by dividing we fall, in so righteous a cause let us hold.
While the log house in Lexington, where the General Assembly met, is considered the first state capitol, in its history, Kentucky has had 4 permanent capitol buildings. The first was built in 1794 on a site in downtown Frankfort. It would serve the Commonwealth for 19 years when it burned down in 1813. A second capitol would take its place on the same site, but would have an even shorter life of 11 years, suffering the same fate when it caught fire in 1824. A third, more substantial state capitol, built with Kentucky limestone, would rise on the same spot where it still stands today. Now known as the Old State Capitol, it was designed by Kentuckian Gideon Chirac, and to this day maintains the elegance of his Greek Revival design.
The really interesting thing about this building was that it was designed by a young man who was 24 years old. It was his first commission. He was given $150 plus the commission to build the building. And he designed it to look like a Greek temple to represent democracy.
Dominated by 6 ionic columns guarding the entrance, its cupola would rise high over downtown Frankfort. Its centerpiece was a beautiful, self-supporting double staircase that led to the legislative chambers on the second floor.
The staircase is the one thing that everybody remembers from their 4th grade history tour of the Old State Capitol. And considering that Chirac didn't have access to computers, that he figured this out all in his head using math and physics to do this freestanding staircase. Each piece is laid on top of the other, and then there's a keystone at the very top of the staircase that holds the semicircular staircase in place.
In 1869, an annex was built next to the Capitol for much-needed office space. But 30 years later, the Old State Capitol had become outdated for the demands of the approaching 20th century. The move for a new Capitol would be led by Governor J.C.W. Beckham. Ironically, it was an event that took place at the old Capitol in early 1900 that would place Beckham in the position to call for a new Capitol. The gubernatorial election of 1899 had been contentious, and William Goebel, who had lost the election by just 2,300 votes to Republican William S. Taylor, claimed that voting irregularities had occurred. He challenged the results in the state legislature. The issue was hotly contested, angering an already divided public.
Goebel was walking up the front sidewalk to the building. He was coming for the hearings, and a shot was fired from the Secretary of State's office, which was in the annex, the Old State Capitol annex. So Goebel fell right in front of the building.
The shooter was never caught. Still alive, Goebel was moved to the nearby Capitol Hotel. The next day, the election was overturned, declaring Goebel the winner, and J.C.W. Beckham became lieutenant governor. William Goebel was sworn into office on his deathbed. 3 days later, Beckham would step into the office of the assassinated governor. In a speech to the General Assembly 2 years later, Beckham addressed the need for a new state capitol.
It is a fact apparent to all, especially to visitors from other states who come to your capital, that in the matter of capitol buildings, Kentucky is far behind the other states, even those of much less wealth and population.
Searching for funds to build the new Capitol, Beckham sent C.C. Calhoun of Lexington to Washington, D.C. to lay claim to federal funds due Kentucky from damages suffered during the Civil War, and for the contributions the Commonwealth made in the recently fought Spanish-American War. A check for over $1 million was awarded the state. In 1904, Kentucky's legislature would approve an additional $1 million, and the plans to build the new state capitol could now move forward. An architect was chosen, Frank Mills Andrews. Andrews had established himself as an architect of large buildings and hotels known for unique character and ornate design, including a hotel about to open in Louisville, the Seelbach. After the Spanish-American War, a wave of national pride swept through the United States. Americans were proud of their government taking its place on the international stage, and this pride was reflected in the buildings where their government worked. Frank Andrews' plans for the new Capitol matched that pride and were grandiose. The large footprint for his design required a new site away from downtown Frankfort. $40,000 was set aside to buy what was known as the Hunt property in southern Frankfort. The Hunt property was a large, flat farm of 33 acres that included a horse race track and overlooked the Kentucky River. Before he would start building his vision, Andrews had hundreds of thousands of tons of dirt brought in to create a rolling landscape that would blend in with the Kentucky hills that surrounded the site of the future capital. Finally, construction began, with Governor Beckham planting his shovel at groundbreaking ceremonies on August 15, 1905. Immediately, granite from Vermont was brought by barge and train, and together with thousands of barrels of concrete, it formed a solid foundation. This was an era when there was no heavy machinery for construction other than a steam-powered cement mixer.
It was men who built the Capitol, men and horses and ropes, pulleys, chains. There were no mechanical devices used except for a steam-powered concrete mixer, which they only had one and they moved it all around the site, which may explain why it took them 4 years to complete it.
Frankfort watched as the building took shape. June 16th of 1906 was a joyous day as the cornerstone was laid before a large crowd of several thousand. Curiously, after such a large event, the location of the cornerstone was forgotten. Only a plaque in the rotunda reminds us of what happened on that day. From far off, the townspeople of Frankfort would continue to see the completion of the building and the rising of the dome. Finally, at noon on June 2nd, 1910, the new state capitol was dedicated. The citizens of the Commonwealth were allowed to walk through and look in awe and wonder at their new House of the People. This Capitol building presented a site that renewed a sense of pride that had been missing since the assassination of William Goebel 10 years before. Frank Mills Andrews had been a student of the Beaux-Arts School of Design of Paris, France, a combination of ancient Greek and Roman architecture, with a heavy influence of then-current French design. As you travel up Capitol Avenue from downtown Frankfort, the Kentucky State Capitol presents a commanding sight, rising high above the residential neighborhood that has grown up around it. Certainly, the most impressive feature as you approach is the dome. While many Americans believe the idea of a dome originated with our national capital, domes were actually designed and built to help identify and find the seat of government in a city. Kentucky's dome was patterned after Napoleon's tomb at the Hôtel des Invalides in Paris, displaying the first of many French influences on Andrews' design. Initially, a copper plate covering was considered for the dome, but instead, terracotta blocks were chosen for their color and luster. 1,621 blocks were designed separately into curved shapes that fit together and still today form this beautiful dome. The first architecture elements to attract one's attention are the columns, a feature Andrews would continue throughout his design. Along with the 24 columns around the dome, there are 70 monolithic columns dominating the entire building. Each is a full 27 feet, 10 inches, and at 18 tons. They were quite a challenge for workers using manual cranes and pulleys. As you walk up the granite steps below the dome towards the entrance of the Capitol, you become aware of the wide rolling expanse of land Andrews wanted to surround his creation. The Kentucky State Capitol, by being built on farmland away from the city, had space for beautiful landscaping and gardens.
They're part of what makes our Capitol unique because it is like a garden all around our Capitol. And anybody can come and walk and enjoy what we have here. In the spring, it's beautiful to see the tulips in full bloom and to drive up Capitol Avenue.
He turned to the Olmsted brothers, sons of Frederick Olmsted, renowned for his park designs in Louisville and Central Park in New York. The brothers, John and Frederick Jr., combined their talents to give this capital its own park setting, and it has grown with time. Trees native to Kentucky frame the capital, and throughout the years, each governor has added their own special touch to the surrounding landscape. When seen from the third floor of the Capitol, the view of the front grounds with its complex of walkways, granite stairs, and balustrades leading visitors through green expanses and flowers bursting with color has been described to look like a Persian rug. The Kentucky State Capitol rightfully can be called a work of art, and individual pieces of artwork are abundant throughout, beginning with the triangular pediment above the main entrance. The pediment sculpture is nationally recognized for its exceptional detail. It is a depiction of Kentucky exquisitely carved by the Austrian sculptor Peter Rozak. In the center of the pediment stands Lady Kentucky, attended by figures representing all aspects of the Commonwealth. At her feet is Progress, pushing a winged wheel. History stands regal with his ledger, recording Kentucky's rich past. Plenty holds aloft an overflowing cornucopia. Nearby, Art holds her palette and brush in hand, while Labor faces Art grasping onto a hammer, and all the while behind is Law, awaiting the members of the three branches of government who will serve inside. Every 4 years, Kentucky elects its governor. Thousands of Kentuckians watch the parade of bands and politicians march up State Street towards the Capitol steps for the swearing-in ceremony. As the governor-elect watches from the viewing stand, he or she can look across State Street and see their residence for the next 4 years, the governor's mansion. Created by an architect from northern Kentucky, this beautiful home also carries the sense of French design held throughout the Capitol. After a day of speeches and celebration, the evening ends with the Governor's Ball, which truly shows off the richness and art of this Capitol building, as the newly sworn-in governor and spouse descend a beautifully marbled staircase to the rotunda floor. The rotunda is the heart of the Capitol and is the first sight for a visitor when entering the building. Rising high above, the same dome that was so impressive outside is truly inspiring inside. In the rotunda itself, there are 4 statues of famous Kentuckians. In the center is a 14-foot tall bronze statue of Abraham Lincoln. The statue was donated by James Breckinridge Speed of Louisville as part of the Capitol's opening. Later, 3 more statues would be added to the rotunda. Alben Barkley, former Vice President of the United States from Graves County, the only vice president to marry while in office, and the first to use the term Veep when referring to his title. Dr. Ephraim McDowell, considered a founding father of abdominal surgery, who on a Christmas day performed the first surgery to remove an ovarian tumor from a patient. This statue includes a bowl sitting on a table depicting the basketball-sized tumor he removed that day. Finally, there is Henry Clay, the great compromiser. One fact most visitors don't realize about this statue is that it's made from plaster with a veneer to look like bronze. The end of Henry Clay's cane was broken off by a light bulb dropped by a maintenance person working one day high up in the dome. Looking down the great transverse axis of this marvelous structure, the rotunda almost disappears from sight among the splendor of floors and staircases lined with marble. During the middle of construction in 1906, perhaps realizing they were on the verge of creating a truly unique state capitol, the legislature set aside more money to change the planned finish of the interior walls from limestone, matching the exterior, to marble, creating this beautiful, lustrous expanse whose sight would forever take the breath away from its visitors.
It was called the age of conspicuous consumption, the Gilded Age. So everything had to be bigger, it had to be stronger, it had to be made of better materials. It had to last forever. So the Capitol that you see was Kentucky's expression of its wealth and power that it was trying to obtain.
This single open area is over 300 feet in length, more than a football field. Frank Andrews lined it with 36 more columns, these supporting the ornate cornice work that lines the entire hallway. At each end of this great hallway, Andrews built a grand staircase, patterned after another famous French structure, the Paris Opera House. Both staircases climb to the 3rd floor, each to a chamber of the state legislature, which is another unique attribute of this capital. Kentucky is one of only 3 states to have all 3 branches of government housed in its Capitol building. The Senate and House chambers face each other across the open expanse of the nave of the building. Adorning the entrance to each are large mural paintings called lunettes due to their semicircular design. Both lunettes depict explorer Daniel Boone at the beginnings of Kentucky. At the east end of the Capitol, over the entrance to the House chambers, the lunette shows Daniel Boone and his men on the day they came through the Cumberland Gap and looked out into the bluegrass. Over at the west end, the Senate's lunette depicts Boone striking the deal with Cherokee leaders when he bought the lands of Kentucky for $48,000. Over the past century, these chambers have seen the addition of computers and large TV monitors at the front of the chamber, but legislators still sit behind rich mahogany roll-top desks. Guests and visitors can watch from the balconies, looking out between Frank Andrews' continuing flow of columns. Another Andrews design element that is both functional and artistic is seen over the heads of the legislators: stained glass skylights. These intricate skylights extend the length of the Capitol roof, allowing for natural lighting throughout the chambers and hallways. Natural lighting that accentuates the richness of both wood and marble. On the 2nd floor of the Capitol is another branch of government, the judiciary. As overwhelming as the hallways and legislative chambers are in this Capitol, the courtroom for the state Supreme Court is often thought of as the most handsome in the nation. Originally known as the Court of Appeals, it is solemnly done with heavily paneled walls, and the justices sit in leather chairs as those from 100 years ago.
To me, the most impressive thing about it are the 7 chairs for our justices, all representing many thousands of people in our state, and they sit according to the region they represent, starting on the left with the western region and going all the way to the eastern coalfield region, and that to me is very special.
It is perhaps the smaller rooms, waiting behind closed doors, that are the most memorable for the visitor. The Capitol Library is no ordinary collection of bookshelves. It is an open 2-floor design with a special steel structure manufactured by Carnegie Steel. The floors of the 2nd level are glass, strong enough to walk on, yet allowing natural light to illuminate the book stacks below. Directly across the Great Hall from the library, overlooking the rotunda, is the room that Andrews designed to most impress and perhaps intimidate those who come to the Capitol: the reception room. This room has the heavy French influence from the public reception room of Marie Antoinette in Versailles. It is here the governor meets with citizens and out-of-state visitors. Heavy crystal chandeliers hang from the ceiling, and at each end of the room are 2 large mirrors positioned to give the image of these chandeliers stretching off into infinity. And today, the Kentucky State Capitol maintains the timeless beauty of its original construction. Citizens and visitors can still walk through the marbled halls and stairways throughout the year. Kentuckians who travel to the Capitol discover their state seal and motto, chosen by Isaac Shelby so long ago, embedded in some of the most unsuspecting places. And all visitors make sure to rub the toe of Lincoln's statue for good luck. But some things have changed or been added with time. As large as the Capitol building seemed at its beginning, the needs of the state government quickly outgrew these walls. In 1950, the Capitol Annex was built behind the Capitol. While not matching its grandeur, it is comparable in size and houses offices for legislative branch officials and their support staff. It is also where legislative committee meetings take place. An underground tunnel connects to the Capitol. And just as art still extends her palette to Lady Kentucky in the pediment, new artwork welcomes the thousands of Kentuckians who visit every year. In 1971, a miniature doll collection was opened, each doll representing one of Kentucky's first ladies, each wearing a gown made from fabric taken from their inaugural dress. There is one miniature for Martha Lane Collins, Kentucky's first female governor. Down the hall is a display of paintings of the many women who have added so much to Kentucky's history. In 2010, as part of the centennial celebration of the state capitol, 4 lunettes were added to the rotunda, representing industry, nature, culture, and community. And the garden-like landscaping of the Olmsted brothers saw a grand addition in May of 1961 with a 34-foot-wide floral clock. This colorful addition has a 530-pound minute hand. It has enthralled visitors for 6 decades. The Kentucky State Capitol remains a monument to the people of the bluegrass. For over a century, thousands of its citizens have come to stand where governors have stood, to gaze up in awe and wonder at beautiful marbled walls reflecting the light from stained glass skylights, and to look down from balconies and watch as the laws are passed.
It's a beautiful, beautiful facility. It sort of represents all that's good about our state. And it shows what we can do as a citizenry when we come together and decide we want to do something grand.
The Rotunda has been the site where citizens have exercised their right to demonstrate for many causes, where veterans and those who have fallen in combat have been honored. And it was the site for the funeral of a beloved First Lady. And the building itself has been the backdrop for thousands of pictures of the generations of Kentucky families and class trips and businesses who have traveled to this magnificent temple of democracy. The Kentucky State Capitol has stood in splendor for more than a century, and its foundation and strength and beauty look to serve the Commonwealth for another 100 years.
Funding for this program is made possible in part by the KET Endowment for Kentucky Productions.
Something's in the air, I hold my breath. What you're doing is incredible. I'm so proud of you. With 1 foot off the edge, I take a step. The moment's come, now is the Genesis.
I believe this is going to be your journey.
We are co-authors with the world around us.
Looking for me?
We've been here, and without us, there is no United States.
It's all about storytelling.
That's beautiful.
It's starting now.
Wishing you and yours a season full of kindness and joy. KET, where learning comes to life.
Good afternoon and welcome to the gubernatorial inauguration, the 62nd gubernatorial inauguration. And now we're at the point of our coverage where we're about to start the musical prelude. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Renee Shaw, KET, along with our good friend Ryland Barton, who you know now has a new title. He's senior editor of the NPR States team.
Yeah.
Kentucky-based, still living in Louisville.
Still living in Kentucky, which is great. Getting to cover continued coverage of Kentucky State House, but also state houses across the country. It's a vitally important subject. A lot of folks don't pay enough attention to what's going on in these state capitals, and it's something that NPR and other media outlets have been investing more in lately. As there's not really a lot moving through Congress at this point. A lot of the actions here in state legislatures, and Kentucky's legislative session about to start early January 2nd.
January 2nd. It's the day after the first of the new year. So we'll be here again. We are off the balcony of the state reception room, which is a very special room where a lot of bill signings are had and ceremonial occasions. And we're right off the balcony, and we have the best view in the house, actually, because right beneath us is where all the action will happen here at 2 p.m. Now, you're hearing some great music right behind me, and we're not going to keep you from it, but we are now at the point where there's a musical prelude that is beginning. We have the 202nd Army Band of the Kentucky National Guard and also the Kentucky State University Concert Choir that is directed by Dr. Lloyd Mallory. So you're hearing them probably tune up right now. When we get to the 2 o'clock hour, we will usher you through the public swearing in. We know that on midnight, we had the private swearing in that KET brought you exclusively. Of course, you may have seen that across other channels, but we were with you for the entire program where he was sworn in, he and Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman and the Adjutant General. So the theme is Forward Together. When you hear that theme, what do you think it symbolizes or what they want to communicate?
I think it symbolizes the governor's attempt to really, build and continue this bipartisan coalition that he was able to, build, and going into this election at least. He didn't really have a lot of that help during a lot of his first 4 years in office, certainly, except for some moments, some critical moments like those, the big emergencies that he helped shepherd the state through, the flooding, tornadoes, and the coronavirus pandemic, especially in the, we often forget that in the beginning of that state of emergency, there was this kind of rare bipartisan moment. But I think that that's something that he was able to put together pretty well, and we saw it, just in looking at the maps and the election returns in this year's election, that he was, there were people who were registered Republican who were voting for him. Either that, or there are people, Democrats who had been voting Republican in recent gubernatorial and presidential elections, who decided to stick with this particular Democrat. It's a combination of events that he's been able to cobble together, and I think Democrats across the country, especially in the South, and that are trying to replicate that effect, and we'll see in the coming years it's able to continue on.
Yeah, we don't want to delay you any longer from the musical prelude, but I will just say that last night during the midnight swearing in, he said the country's eyes are on Kentucky, and it's like, well, the country's eyes are also on Governor Andy Beshear, the governor of Kentucky. Okay, so right now there's some great music happening below us, and we're really going to let you join that, and we'll be back with you in a few minutes.
go down there and see that? Yeah. Okay, so just take the ramp. Okay. You just take the ramp. I'll be down there in a minute. All right.
Welcome to the 62nd inauguration of Kentucky's governor and lieutenant governor. Please stand for the posting of the colors by the Kentucky State Police Honor Guard and remain standing for the national anthem performed by Kentucky's own Walker Montgomery.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please welcome today's presiding officer, Senior Advisor to Governor Andy Beshear, Rocky Adkins.
You all, please be seated. Governor, you draw a pretty big crowd. I tell you, it's good to see. Welcome to the 62nd inauguration of the Governor of Kentucky, and the second for our esteemed Governor and Lieutenant Governor Andy Beshear and Jacqueline Coleman. For you that don't know, my name is Rocky Adkins, and I've had the distinct honor of being by this governor's side for the last 4 years. I've had the chance to watch him up close. I've sat with him in meetings, toured factories with him, walked with him through streets that were washed away, and watched him tour neighborhoods that were devastated by storms and tornadoes. I watched him stop everything to step over piles of debris and comfort someone with a hug. These last 4 years, I've had the pleasure of watching Andy Beshear be the kind of leader Kentucky needed, especially when things got tough. And well, we all know that sometimes things got pretty tough. But even the tough times didn't distract him from the business of making Kentucky better than it's ever been. Thanks to this governor, we're building roads and bridges that others have only talked about. And we're building them from east to west, north to south, and every place in between. We're seeing record investments that are creating thousands of good jobs. Kentucky is on a path now to become the electric vehicle battery capital of the United States of America. And you know, Governor and Lieutenant Governor, we're making history. And it's under this governor's leadership and the team that he's assembled that's getting it done. We've seen some amazing things happen here in Kentucky these last 4 years, and we're not done. This past November, the people of Kentucky said they're not done either, Governor. As a matter of fact, they said they want more. That's why they voted to give Governor Andy Beshear and Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman another 4 years, because they've seen what this team can do. They see what can happen when you forget politics and put people first, as the governor said, not to drive the state to the right or to the left, but to lead us forward. And Governor and Lieutenant Governor, thank you for doing that. I've watched Jacqueline Coleman. Matter of fact, Lieutenant Governor, for a long time. I've watched Jacqueline Coleman breathe new life into the Lieutenant Governor's office. You know, I guess it just took somebody who knows their way around a basketball court, or maybe somebody who has the heart and the mind of an educator and a coach. What I know is Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman is as good an advocate and fighter as we've had in a long time. And I'm glad we're on the same team, Lieutenant Governor. That's what this administration has been about from day one, being one team, being Team Kentucky. We're all here today because when we needed a governor to lead with his heart, Andy Beshear stepped up. When we needed a governor to think outside the box, Andy Beshear showed up. When we needed a governor to take a stand with courage and a backbone, Andy Beshear stood up. And I have every reason to believe that when we need a governor in times like that, he'll do it all again. He's a man of faith who loves his family, and he loves this Commonwealth. You've seen it, I've seen it, and Kentucky sees it. Governor, we're headed in the right direction, and I believe it's only going to get better. So, Governor, we're with you through thick and thin. We're ready to continue making this great Commonwealth better than she's ever been. And thank you for letting me be in the arena with you, right there with you every day. It's truly been an honor of my 37 years of public service. Thank you. We're happy to have Pastor Phil Yates with us today. Reverend Yates currently serves as pastor of Little Zion Baptist Church in Bergen, Kentucky. Please help me welcome Reverend Dr. Philip A. Yates.
Thank you, Governor. Let's pray together. God of heaven, great creator, giver of all good and perfect gifts, we invite you and we welcome you to this second inauguration swearing-in ceremony and this second term of Governor Beshear and Lieutenant Governor Coleman. The people of this great Commonwealth, Father, have spoken. They have entrusted the continued leadership to Governor Beshear and Lieutenant Governor Coleman. Lord, their first term was met with a global pandemic, challenged with devastating tornadoes in the west, life-changing floods in the east, and many other adversities in between. But Lord, we got through them, and we got through them together. We're Team Kentucky. Father, we don't know what these next 4 years hold for Governor Beshear and Lieutenant Governor Coleman, but we pray that you will hold them in the palm of your hands. If you keep them, Father, we know that they be well kept. Finally, Lord, I pray that they will finish well, that they will finish strong. And as mentioned in a sermon almost a century ago by Pastor Vance Havner, that they'll get home before dark. They finish well by completing with determination the task of leading Kentucky into the future. They finish strong by remaining faithful to you and their convictions of serving all the people of Kentucky. They get home before dark because of your hand of protection over them, over their families, over their cabinet, and over their staff. And they will finish their journey with joy. To all of this, Lord, we give you the praise, the honor, and the glory. We ask all of this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Yates. We've had a wonderful past 4 years. We've surely seen successes that most other states just dream about. But we've also had our share of tragic losses. We didn't know 4 years ago when we stood here what kind of sadness and loss we'd be facing just weeks into this new administration. As doctors and nurses and healthcare professionals around the world scrambled to keep up, COVID-19 ravaged its way into every corner of our lives. Here in Kentucky, we worked hard to limit its impact as best we could. Still, too many lives were lost. We lost 80 Kentuckians to tornadoes out west and 45 to the floods back east. We've lost friends, co-workers, family members, people that we love, people we'll miss. We mourn the lives we've lost, but we cherish their spirit that lives on. So we take just a moment to remember them and celebrate their presence in their lives and in our lives. Please join me in a moment of silence in their honor. Thank you. We've already heard from Walker Montgomery. Let's give him another big round of applause, please. And we're going to hear from several other incredible artists and performers who are with us here today. Right now, help me welcome a great singer, a songwriter, composer, and cellist to perform God Bless America. Here is Ben Soley. Welcome him to the stage.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with foam. Oh, God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Please welcome Franklin County Judge Executive Michael Muller and the Mayor of the City of Frankfort, Lane Wilkerson.
My name is Michael Muller, Franklin County Judge Executive, and I want to welcome you to the beautiful community here. What a glorious day. What a great day, just not to only celebrate that we are Kentuckians, but to celebrate 4 more years of Governor Andy Beshear and Lieutenant Governor Coleman. I am honored to stand before you as Franklin County Judge Executive. I am proud of the accomplishments we have achieved. We have much more on the horizon for Franklin County in 2024 with vision, with economic development, and a better quality of life for our community. We look forward to working with Governor Beshear and Team Kentucky over the next 4 years. It is important to note that here today, as the Lieutenant Governor and governors, we are all their constituents. But what makes Franklin County different is that the Governor and Lieutenant Governor and families are our constituents too. Their families not only work here, but live here. Their children, Will and Lila, are in our schools. Little Evelyn is in a daycare here. They eat in our restaurants, utilize our local businesses, and are part of this community. As I stand here at our Capitol, I am reminded of 3 words that describe Governor Andy Beshear and this administration. These words go hand in hand with the beautiful parade we have all just witnessed today. Those words are character, compassion, and courage. Possessing these 3 traits is key to Team Kentucky, and they represent all 3 of these. With that, congratulations to you, Governor Beshear, First Lady Brittany Beshear, Lieutenant Governor Coleman, and your husband, Chris O'Brien, on a 2nd term in office. I, along with my wife, Andrea, and everyone here today, are confident that you will continue to lead and move the Commonwealth in a positive direction for years to come. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, community members, and everyone watching at home, welcome to my hometown and our Commonwealth's beautiful capital city. Andy Beshear is my governor, and I'm proud to be his mayor. We're fortunate to have both the governor's and lieutenant governor's families be an active part of our community. Over the last 4 years, thanks to the governor's steady and thoughtful leadership and the resiliency of our people, Kentucky has not just persevered, but it's prospered, and Frankfort is no exception. Because of the close working relationship we've established with Team Kentucky, our city has seen investment and progress not seen in a very long while. And I'm confident that the next 4 years we're going to continue that momentum and propel us to even greater heights. So on behalf of all the citizens of the city of Frankfort, I extend our congratulations to Governor Beshear, Lieutenant Governor Coleman, and all newly elected constitutional officers. And I look forward to our continued partnership as we continue to build a better future for every Kentuckian. Because it's true here in Frankfort, just as it is throughout our great Commonwealth, that anything is possible when we move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Mueller and Mayor Wilkinson. Kentucky is full of great artists. We're known for the many amazing singers, songwriters, musicians, photographers, painters, poets, and storytellers that give us so much joy and inspiration, not only to those of us who live here, but so many others who get to enjoy their art. This past April, Governor Beshear appointed a Whitley County native as Kentucky's Poet Laureate. We're happy to have him here today with us. Let's please welcome our own New York Times best-selling and award-winning author, Kentucky's Poet Laureate, Silas House.
Those who carry us. When I was little, a storm gathered in the night with shivers of lightning and quaking thunder. The rain fell cold and sideways for 3 days. All the creeks conspired to the raging river. As the flood seeped beneath our door, my mother sat me on her hip. She carried me, muddy foam striking her knees, then her waist, before she reached high ground where neighbors waited to help us. Once, my aunt ran down the road with me, latched to her chest, a tornado behind her. In the church basement, we could hear the havoc. She whispered, "If you are still and quiet, this will pass." Afterwards, a mighty moon shined so bright I could see our shadows as the world dripped and rotted. Already, people were rebuilding. Even hammers and saws make a kind of music. Often these days, I study on those who carry us, the everyday people who keep the engine of the world running. When the darkest skies move in, I remind myself that most people are good. I think of school teachers who say, "You matter," bus drivers who are glad to see us each morning, lunch ladies laughing as they ladle out our food, all those who stand up for what is right. There are so many ways to change the world. The mechanic and miner, mail carrier, cashiers and clerks, singers, farmers and truck drivers. I can see them. I imagine their sore shoulders and tired legs. I thank them for carrying me, even when I didn't know. We carry each other from Pine Mountain to the Penny Ryle, past tulip poplars and goldenrods, from city streets to holler roads, from the wide Ohio to the quickening creeks of the gorge. We go forward together. We lift our neighbors from Hickman to Hindman, Mayfield to Louisville, Cadiz, Cumberland Falls, Falls of Rough, from the Bluegrass to Bowling Green, Eminence to Independence. Lawrence, Laurel, LaRue, I will carry you. Kentucky, we walk a ways together, whether in cold rain or moonlight. Sometimes the only music is hammers and saws, but we keep going, aiming for the high ground, where they will be standing with their arms out, saying, "Come here and rest. Let me help you."
Folks, what do you think about this lineup? Pretty neat? Let's hear it one more time for Ben, one more time for Silas. Thank you, Silas. Jack Coleman has served many roles in both private and the public service. He was the fourth generation to run the family's business, and he's worked with both the Bluegrass Community Action Partnership and Campbellsville University. In his public life, he served as Deputy Commissioner of the Kentucky Housing, Building, and Construction. He served on the Bergen Independent School Board, the Bergen City Council, and represented the 55th District in the Kentucky House of Representatives, where I first met Jack. He currently serves on the Harrodsburg City Commission. He's done a lot of good work for the citizens of this community and our Commonwealth. But if you ask Jack what's he most proud of, he's likely to tell you that watching his daughter, our Lieutenant Governor, show up and work the way she has these last 4 years ranks right up there at the top. Here to introduce the Lieutenant Governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky is her father, Jack Coleman.
I'm just through the most stressful part of this day. Wasn't sure what Rocky was going to say. Good afternoon. 1,462 days ago, I stood behind this podium and had the honor of introducing my daughter as Lieutenant Governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Today, again, I have the greater honor to introduce her as she embarks upon the second term as Lieutenant Governor. I would like to take a minute to recognize and thank all the state employees, the volunteers, participants, and planners who make this day possible, especially the weatherman. On behalf of the Coleman and O'Brien families, I first want to take a moment to thank Governor Beshear again for choosing Jacqueline as his running mate, and his and the entire Beshear family's continued support, belief in her. Together, they made one hell of a team, don't you think? Yes. 4 years ago, I stood here and told you, as a father, I always believed Jacqueline had the ability, but I always wondered if she would ever have the opportunity. Today, I want to thank the people of Kentucky who reached out, embraced, encouraged, and also believed that she had the ability and gave her the opportunity to continue to serve as your Lieutenant Governor. Thank you. 4 years ago, I was tasked with an introduction built around letting you know who she was, where she came from, what defined her. I told you about the three incredible women that helped shape her life. My mother, Nanny, gave her that look. My late sister, Jan, gave her that laugh. And Calla gave her the love. Lieutenant Governor Coleman has always carried herself with class and dignity. She's always met her hardships head on, dealt with setbacks by picking herself up, dusting herself off, and getting back in the game. But I no longer have to say these things. We all have the opportunity to watch her over the last 4 years, not to listen to what was said, but watch what has been done by her in this administration. Whether it's champion universal pre-K, so every child, no matter the zip code, gets the education they deserve. Establishing Team Kentucky student mental health initiatives, so every child, no matter their background, gets access to school-based mental health services. Getting free GED testing to eliminate the #1 barrier for people aspiring to further education. This has allowed over 8,100 Kentuckians to begin work on the GED. Or working with the Western Kentucky Tornado Relief Fund and the Eastern Kentucky Flood Relief Fund to assist Kentuckians regardless of the political affiliation that were impacted by historical weather situations. An inauguration is a time of celebration and anticipation. Collectively, we look back at our journeys and contemplate our many paths that have ultimately brought us to this place at this time. But also we look forward, envisioning where we're going together. I cannot wait to see where this governor and this lieutenant governor will lead us. So now, with great honor and pride from the Coleman and O'Brien families, I want to introduce to you Jacqueline Coleman, the 58th Lieutenant Governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is an honor to be with you today in front of Kentucky's beautiful state capitol as your Lieutenant Governor and the first woman to ever take this oath of office twice. Today we gather on the steps of the People's House, not as Democrats or Republicans or independents, but as Kentuckians. As I look around, I'm reminded that what unites us is far greater than what divides us. I'm grateful to see family and friends who support me and make it possible for me to do the work that I love. My parents, particularly my dad, from whom compliments are hard to come by, so I'm really glad we got that introduction on video, Dad. My husband and your second gentleman, Chris. Emma, Will, Nate, and Evelyn, I work towards a better Kentucky every day with you in mind. And I'm grateful to see Governor Beshear and the First Family. It is truly an honor to serve along someone who treats every Kentucky family as his own. Governor, thank you for your leadership, your example, and for the opportunity that you have given me to serve. Thank you. In the building behind us, we see memorials to Kentuckians who, while imperfect, rose to meet the challenges of their day. Men like Abraham Lincoln, best known for holding the country together through the Civil War. Henry Clay, who history remembers as the great compromiser, and Nettie Depp, the first female statue in our Capitol, who also happens to be a teacher. The Beshear Coleman administration has forged its own path, but we never lost sight of the historic, uniquely Kentucky symbolism around us. Because bringing people together through the toughest of times, like Lincoln, finding common ground on the biggest issues of the day, as Clay did, and building a better future one student at a time, like Nettie Depp. Those time-honored values have echoed through the years and still guide us today. The symbolism on these grounds is important, and so are the lessons that we draw from it. But it is just as important what you don't see here today. There is an empty space in the rotunda where the statue of Jefferson Davis once stood. That is because we not only installed the Capitol's first female statue, we also removed one that represented division. Of course, removing a statue does not change history, but we can all agree that every Kentuckian, young and old, male and female, all colors, all faiths, deserve to feel they belong if this is truly to be the People's House. Now, I don't have to tell you that over the past 4 years, our Commonwealth has faced historic tragedy, but my faith in Kentucky has never been stronger. We lost over 19,000 of our fellow Kentuckians to COVID. Tornadoes devastated entire communities in the West, and flooding upended countless lives in the East. It was the worst of Mother Nature, and yet the best of humanity. We faced our challenges head on because that is what we do, and we never backed down because that is who we are. I am so proud that we chose our healthcare heroes to lead today's inaugural parade because during the pandemic, you led us every step of the way too. We see you, and we are grateful for your work. As the pandemic caused us to feel anxious, isolated, and uncertain, the discussion surrounding mental health took center stage. Nationally, the #1 issue for parents was and is their child's mental health. But I did not like that I only heard adults talking to other adults about it. So in Kentucky, we became a national leader by elevating student voice. Our Student Mental Health Initiative has delivered $40 million in federal funding to Kentucky for school-based mental health services, and we are not done yet. To the student leaders joining us today who served as our North Star during this work, as well as the counselors and family resource coordinators who participated in today's parade, thank you. Your voices and your contributions are worth celebrating. And that's true of so many Kentuckians, historically and today, including too many who don't always get the recognition and respect they deserve. From the beginning, Governor Beshear and I have set out to change that. During our first term, we assembled the most diverse cabinet in Kentucky history. More women and minorities have been represented in leadership positions in our first 4 years than ever before, because decisions shouldn't be made about us without us. When we took office, the Kentucky Commission on Women was inactive, and Governor Beshear asked me to revive this initiative, and as the state's highest elected woman, I was honored to do so. This year, for the first time since 2014, the Commission inducted 7 dynamic women from across the Commonwealth into the Kentucky Women Remembered Hall of Fame. And there will be more, because representation matters. These are the values that have helped pave the way to where we are today. Our response to tragedy, our commitment to lifting the voices of every Kentuckian, that has shaped a future brighter than I could have ever imagined possible when I stood here 4 years ago. Thanks to historic economic investment, unparalleled job creation, and record budget surpluses, Kentucky ranks #2 in the country in economic development. And as a girl from Bergen, one of the smallest towns in the Commonwealth, the number I am most proud of is that Kentucky skyrocketed to #3 in the nation in rural job creation. Because Governor Beshear and I believe in a Kentucky that lifts people up and not one that leaves people out. As we prepared for today's inauguration, I couldn't help but wonder, how will we be remembered in this moment? As the governor and I revisited memories of both the tragedies and the triumphs of the last 4 years, I remembered a saying I used as a basketball coach. It's not what happens to you, it's how you react to it that matters. And that helped me realize it won't be a global pandemic or historic tornadoes or catastrophic flooding that will define us. It will be how we moved forward together. What I will remember about you, Kentucky, is how you sacrificed for each other through uncertain times. Neighbors, even complete strangers, showing up for one another in what had to be the darkest hour for so many families. And local and state leaders fulfilling our promise to be there until every structure and every life is rebuilt. The goodness of our people restored my faith in humanity over and over again. Showing up for one another has never been more important, and you can rest assured that is what will guide our next 4 years together. Our service here is too short to be wasted on partisanship and political games. I think Abraham Lincoln and Henry Clay would agree. And I know Nettie Depp would agree that the next chapter of this story that we're writing together shouldn't be about us. It should be about preparing the next generation of Kentuckians to harness this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we have worked so hard to create for them. Because yes, our economy is booming, but we cannot lose sight that the future of Kentucky's economy is in our classrooms today. Thank you to the educators who helped lead our parade today, just as you lead your communities every day. We cannot continue as the second best state in economic development if we remain 40th in teacher pay. We will not stay number 3 in rural job creation if we continue to underfund the largest employer in every rural community, and that is their public school. From cradle to career, education is the key that unlocks doors for every Kentuckian, and here is a perfect example. Once we waived the GED testing fee, over 8,000 Kentuckians improved their education to get a job that was once out of reach. So now, let's turn to the opposite end of the spectrum, our littlest learners. We could not continue this historic momentum if our children's zip code determines their place in the world by the first day of kindergarten. Now that might sound hyperbolic, but follow me here. Prison populations are projected by third grade literacy rates. Third grade literacy rates are projected by kindergarten readiness. And kindergarten readiness is projected by access to pre-K. Quite literally, we can invest in young people on the front end, or we will pay for it on the back end. The time for universal pre-K in Kentucky is now. Our Education First administration chose an inaugural theme like Forward Together for a reason, because that's the kind of Kentucky our kids deserve. And that is the kind of leadership voters asked for. I pledge to you, Kentucky, that we will continue to show up and extend our hand in the name of putting people over politics. That Governor Beshear and I will continue to set an example of decency and kindness that you can be proud of. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you for believing in us, because we will never stop believing in you. God bless you, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Jacqueline Coleman, do solemnly swear.
I, Jacqueline Coleman, do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this Commonwealth.
that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this Commonwealth.
And be faithful and true to the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
And be faithful and true to the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
So long as I continue a citizen thereof.
So long as I continue a citizen thereof.
And that I will faithfully execute to the best of my ability.
And that I will faithfully execute to the best of my ability.
The office of Lieutenant Governor according to law.
The office of Lieutenant Governor according to law.
And I do further solemnly swear.
And I do further solemnly swear.
That since the adoption of the present Constitution.
That since the adoption of the present Constitution.
I, being a citizen of this state.
I, being a citizen of this state.
Have not fought a duel with deadly weapons.
Have not fought a duel with deadly weapons.
Within this state nor out of it.
Within this state nor out of it.
Nor have I sent or accepted a challenge to fight a duel with deadly weapons.
Nor have I sent or accepted a challenge to fight a duel with deadly weapons.
Nor have I acted as a second in carrying a challenge.
Nor have I acted as a second in carrying a challenge.
Nor aided or assisted any person thus offending.
Nor aided or assisted any person thus offending.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right.
Folks, while you're standing, one more big round of applause for our Lieutenant Governor, Jacqueline Coleman. Congratulations again, Lieutenant Governor. Folks, you'd be hard-pressed to find a state with more homegrown musical talent than we have here, right here in Kentucky. From classics like Rosemary Clooney, Bill Monroe, the Everly Brothers, Lionel Hampton. The major stars of today like Chris Stapleton, Jack Harlow, My Morning Jacket, and Nappy Roots. Kentucky has produced a bountiful crop of diverse musical superstars. There are more than I can mention, and they're from all across this great Commonwealth. But there's one area that must have something special in the water. Now, it's not white lightning, okay? Take a drive down where I live, my region of eastern Kentucky. Take a drive down Highway 23 in far eastern Kentucky and start counting the names. Ricky Skaggs, Loretta Lynn, Billy Ray Cyrus, the Judds, Chris Stapleton, Patty Loveless, Keith Whitley, Crystal Gale, and Dwight Yoakam are just a few. There are so many singers from that part of Kentucky that we've officially named that highway, US 23, the Country Music Highway. Just along that highway in Lawrence County, a place that I had the great honor of representing for over 30 years of my life, sits a little small community by the name of Keyes, Kentucky. Now, Keyes, Kentucky is just outside of Louisa, in between kind of Paintsville and Louisa. That's where my good friend Tyler Childress comes from. And from Keyes in Lawrence County, he's gone around the world taking Kentucky with him everywhere he goes. He makes us awfully proud, and he's here to sing one of our governor's favorite songs. Please welcome Kentucky's own award-winning, Grammy-nominated artist and my good friend, Tyler Childress.
Up in Pocahontas, in the cranberry glades, ain't got bars nor the charge to call her anyways. My mind's a mile a minute, and my thoughts that bark like hounds. I focus on my breathing and the universal sound. I think about my darling girl, sleeping all alone. I pray the stars will shoot her all the wishes she can hold. On the day that I return, I aim to lay her down. But right now I'm focused on the universal sound. I think about tobacco juice, the mason jars of shine. I think about the vices I've let take me over time. I recall when I was a baby, I didn't need nothing around but a little bitty rattler and the universal sound. I closed my eyes, it was all so clear. It was all right then, it was all right here. I focus on my breathing and the universal sound. I let it take me over from the toenails to the crown of the body that I'm in, till they put me in the ground. And I return to the chorus of the universal sound. I've been up on the mountain and I've seen his wondrous grace. I've sat there on a bar stool and I've looked him in the face. He seemed a little haggard, but it did not slow him down. He was humming to the neon of the universal sound.
You just got to see three outstanding Eastern Kentucky performers. Let's give them a big round of applause. Tyler, you and your band make us proud. Talk about Tyler, but I just got to say, this band, he travels with him. They're from our neck of the woods. They're people we know, they're communities they come from, and to watch this talent you've seen today is just simply unbelievable. One more time for these performers. Let's give them a big round of applause. Tyler, thank you for being here and for that great song. 4 years ago, Will and Lila Beshear were 10 and 9 years old. And they did something that I know that I could not have done at that age. They stood here at this very podium and introduced their mother, our First Lady. Let's give it up for our First Lady. As you can see, they're both teenagers now. And man, I tell you, they're handsome and beautiful. What do you think? They're here with us, and they're back to do it again. Let's give a big round of applause for Will and Lila Beshear.
4 years ago today, we stood right here where we are standing now, cold and nervous for what our future would hold.
First, the pandemic, then tornadoes, ice storms, and floods. People lost their homes. Many even lost people they loved.
Luckily, Luckily, we had someone to lead the Commonwealth during these challenges.
Someone who cared and worked to do our best every day, our dad.
We watched him step up and help the people of Kentucky. He was on TV every day, keeping us all up to date so we could stay safe and healthy. During these times, we were all reminded of the importance of helping one another.
Our dad showed how much he loved every Kentuckian, and his strength has led us to better times. But through all the tough days, he still made time to just be dad. There have been lots of fun memories.
We used to go to Saturday morning brunches with him.
One of my favorite memories is us playing horse for hours on end.
Over these past 4 years, both good and bad, our dad was there for all of us, leading by example.
Even during the most difficult times, he still made time to go to my baseball games, basketball games, and attend school events.
And he still made time to come to my horse shows.
Dad also made us continue to see the importance of family. We watched movies, walked downtown to Bee's Bakery, and played endless board games. We couldn't be prouder of our dad, and we are excited to share him with all of Kentucky for the next 4 years.
To everyone here, he's Governor Beshear, or as many call him, Andy. But to Will, Winnie, and me, he's Dad. And during these last 4 years, we also shared our mom.
During the pandemic, she made the days at home a lot more fun. She helped us learn and keep up with schoolwork, but she also kept our spirits up.
I remember one day we set up an American Gladiators course for Winnie.
We had Friday movie days to complete with popcorn and hot chocolate.
When school returned to in-person learning, our mom turned to collecting masks to help make sure every child could stay safe at school. More than 1 million were donated, and many were handmade.
When the tornadoes hit western Kentucky just weeks before Christmas, we watched our mom work to collect toys from all over the country for children who had just lost everything. When flooding devastated eastern Kentucky, she did the same for those children.
We had the privilege of joining her to help survivors choose from more than 100,000 toys and gift cards that poured in from all across the state and country. It was one of the best feelings we ever had, helping others. We have met some incredible people along the way who have shaped how we see the world.
We have also joined Mom at so many places around the state, like Family Scholar House, Dare to Care, Community Kitchen, and God's Pantry. She has taught us the importance of giving back, helping our community, and caring for others. Our mom especially cares for all Kentucky children and spends time spreading kindness at schools.
Mom, thank you for always being there for us, and for all you've done for Kentucky's children and families. So with that, we would like to introduce your First Lady and our amazing mom, Brittany Beshear.
Do I drop the mic now? I love you too. Love wins over hate. One of the most important lessons I have learned is that it is best to listen with open ears and an open heart. When I do, the world around me becomes a more brilliant and beautiful place. I have seen firsthand as over the past 4 years, I have met with and listened to Kentuckians as they tell their stories. Some of these are stories of survival. A little over 2 years ago, I vividly remember standing in Dawson Springs on the front porch of a family's home that had been destroyed. Melissa, the mom, told me that her son Ethan should have had his birthday party that day and that they had to cancel her daughter Sophie's dance recital. As Melissa described the horror of the previous 24 hours, she kept coming back to a refrain of hope and love. She said, "We are alive. We'll be okay." Despite all that had happened, Melissa's heart was filled with love. Melissa embodies the spirit of Kentuckians across the Commonwealth. I'm so glad I was there to listen with open ears and an open heart, and I am blessed to this day with her friendship. In the face of all of our challenges, our Kentucky families and children have been resilient. I especially appreciate listening to and learning from our children. They are very inquisitive and they have great imaginations. If you want to know the truth, ask a child. One of my favorite things to do as First Lady is to visit our school-aged children and read a good book. Not only do I enjoy sneaking in an extra story, I absolutely love to just chat. It usually takes one brave student to get the ball rolling, and then all bets are off. I have been asked everything from how old I am, what does a First Lady do, what is my favorite color, and most importantly, what does Winnie like to do? This question inevitably leads to in-depth stories about family pets. No question is off limits because it is important to me that each child feels seen and that what they have to say matters. I remember one little girl who, after reading Pete the Cat Saves Christmas, asked me, why after Santa got sick and couldn't deliver the presents, did he ask Pete the Cat to help and not Mrs. Claus? It's a really good question. It was innocent, but it had really insightful undertones. I only hope that I answered thoughtfully enough to help that child and all the children in her class positively expand their views of the world. I share these stories to remind us how just being there and listening, showing kindness and compassion can have a lasting impact on someone's day and life. Andy understands this. Sure, the role of a governor is to run state government, but it's how a governor chooses to act and chooses to lead that makes all the difference. While he has brought in billions of dollars in economic development, what has been most important for him is to see the difference that a good, paying, stable job has on our families. I've also watched Andy hold people tight as they process losing their home and people they love. I have seen him give the coat off of his back to a woman standing in the freezing cold following the tornadoes. We listened as he read lists of Kentuckians we lost to the pandemic. He read those lists each and every day because he believed those individuals deserved to be mourned and remembered by their communities. He also asked everyone to light up their homes with green lights to honor those lost and show these families they were not alone. And in fact, it helped me to know that we were not alone. These actions were all reminders that the only way we were going to get through the global pandemic was to get through it together. Andy's words and actions over the past 4 years are reminders that he leads with love. Andy is helping to build a commonwealth where there is no room for hate, division, or marginalizing individuals simply for being different. We have relied on our faith, which teaches us that every person is our neighbor. For Andy and me, the main role of his governorship is to help Kentuckians live full, productive lives, to set an example that every person deserves to be treated with dignity. We choose love over hate. We choose to listen, and we choose to help. Help Kentuckians access quality health care, secure good jobs, and a world-class public education that lifts up all our children and feeds their intellectual curiosity. I am thankful for everyone who has helped us build that better Kentucky we want for our children and families, mine and yours. To those here in Frankfort who have welcomed us with open arms, thank you. You've embraced Will and Lila as part of this community and helped them to thrive. The friends we have made and the kindness of this community is something we are grateful for each and every day. To all the Kentuckians who have lent their support, I am reminded of something Abraham Lincoln said. To this place and the kindness of these people, I owe everything. We are grateful to continue to call Frankfort, Kentucky home. And now, I am proud to introduce my husband, Will and Lila's dad, and your governor, Andy Beshear.
Only way. Now I gotta go after that.
Good afternoon to everyone gathered here in Frankfort and to all of our Kentucky families watching at home. I am honored that in a minute I will take the oath of office to continue to serve as your governor. Serving in this role is a special duty, a solemn commitment. It is an obligation I accept with great reverence and humility, but also with great excitement and anticipation. I stand here today enthusiastic and hopeful for all we will accomplish for this Commonwealth. Over the next 4 years, we will continue our record-breaking economic win streak and create the good-paying jobs that will provide a bright and promising future for every single Kentucky child. We will invest in our educators. We will continue to build what were thought to be impossible infrastructure projects, and we will run high-speed internet to every home in Kentucky. We will keep our promise to counties and communities devastated by natural disasters by not just rebuilding, but revitalizing. Your Lieutenant Governor and I will be there personally every step of the way. We love you, and we will get the job done. I want to thank the Lieutenant Governor for her leadership. I want to thank my parents, Steve and Jane Beshear. I want to thank my 3 favorite people in the world, Brittany, Will, and Lila. When you're governor, you can't leave your job in the office. It follows you home. My family has helped bear the weight of our most difficult days. I love each of you so much. I want to recognize Governor Paul Patton, one of 3 consecutive term governors that's here with us today. And my buddy, Governor Tim Walz from Minnesota, is joining us here in Kentucky today. A special thank you to everyone who worked on our campaign or in state government over these past 4 years. And I want to thank everyone who put their faith in my leadership through their vote. I recognize that today we're missing Tommy Elliott, Virginia Moore, and so many other loved ones. And that this year we have now lost 3 former governors, Governors Brown, Jones, and Carroll. But I know that they are celebrating with us today and that we will see them again. Today's ceremony is at what we call our new state capitol, which is just old enough to need a massive renovation. Still, this awesome structure is much younger than our 231-year-old Commonwealth. It was in December of 1792, our first year, that United We Stand, Divided We Fall became our state motto. It's been with us every step of the way. Our people, like the motto, have been tested over 2 centuries by wars, depressions and recessions, and the noble fight for civil rights for all of our people. In the past 4 years, we faced our own tests. Each we have met with love, compassion, and empathy. When we faced a pandemic, we sacrificed for each other. We came together every day at 4 or 5 p.m., and we shined green lights all over the Commonwealth as the color of compassion. Thank you to all of our healthcare heroes who helped us through that deadly time. When tornadoes leveled towns and flooding carried away homes and even loved ones, we came together. Neighbors pulling neighbors from their basements or carrying fellow Kentuckians through the current. Thank you to our National Guard and first responders for their amazing response. And to the Kentuckians that still today are feeding and helping those in need. I made a promise to be there to rebuild every home and every life, and we are going to see it through. With now 7 high-ground communities rising in the east and over 150 fully constructed new homes for our families in the west. We truly get through the hard times, and we get through them together. But we also get to the good times, and we get to those together as well. In our first 4 years, we secured the best years of economic development in our state's history. With the help of an incredible transportation cabinet, we're building the Brent Spence Companion Bridge without tolls. Governor Patton, we're 4-laning the entire Mountain Parkway. And to those in the West, we are pushing the I-69 project forward. We've secured federal funding to run high-speed internet to every community. We're building the 2 biggest battery plants on planet Earth, and we've opened the cleanest, greenest recycled paper mill in the country. We've had the best years on record for both our bourbon and our tourism industries. We have record high budget surpluses and record low unemployment. We've now created over 50,000 new jobs and generated a state record $28.5 billion in new private sector investment. We've passed sports betting and medical marijuana. We've capped the cost of insulin, and healthcare is now expanding all over the Commonwealth, including the fact we're building the first hospital in West Louisville in 150 years. It's about time. Put simply, we are at a moment in time where the true potential is there to achieve our collective dream, the dream of a better Kentucky. And we can. And we should realize that dream if we don't stand in our own way. See, one of the most difficult challenges we have before us is that politics and sometimes even our governance has become poisonous and toxic. What's supposed to be an exchange of ideas has devolved into grievances and attacks. Some appear to think it's just a game, that no target is off limits, that no lie is too big, too hurtful. We see strategies and commercials meant to make one American, one Kentuckian into an enemy of another, trying to accuse them of horrible things so as to dehumanize them, as to somehow justify anger, even hate. turning people against their neighbors. Why? Just so we could elect one more official with a certain letter behind their name. Listen, I ran for office because I believe that my kids deserve a better world, and I believe every child of the Commonwealth deserves that better world. And I'm telling you, this is our chance. This is Kentucky's chance to be the difference, to be both an economic and a moral leader of this country. So we must face this challenge the same way we always do, together. Together, we will not meet hate with hate, or anger with anger, or even frustration with frustration. Instead, we will continue with the same love and empathy and compassion that has guided us through so much. For me, these values are grounded in my faith. It teaches me to love my neighbor as myself, to not judge, lest I be judged, that what I do to the least of thee, I do to he. My faith teaches me that all human beings deserve true dignity and opportunity, that we can come together by simply acknowledging that our faith and values call on us to be better. And for me, remembering that my Savior could have been the Prince of Power, but he chose to be the Prince of Peace. I pledge today to continue to be a governor that serves all our people, regardless of your party and regardless of who you voted for. I will do my best every day to stop the fighting, to push away the division, to remind us that we have more that unites us that can ever pull us apart, and most importantly, I pledge to work to create a better life and more opportunity for every generation that comes after us. Right now, the eyes of the country are on us. They're on Kentucky. And the next 4 years are our chance to lead and to move forward together. Thank you. God bless the Commonwealth, and God bless the United States of America. All right. We're going to stand over here. I'm going to need you to stand on. That's perfect. All right.
Good afternoon,
Good
Governor.
afternoon.
Are you prepared to take the constitutional oath of office?
I am.
You've already got your right hand up.
Yes,
Repeat
ma'am. I was ready.
Repeat after me. I, Andy Beshear, do solemnly swear
I, Andy Beshear, do solemnly swear
to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this Commonwealth,
to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this Commonwealth,
and to be faithful and true to the Commonwealth of Kentucky,
and to be faithful and true to the Commonwealth of Kentucky,
as long as I continue a citizen thereof,
as long as I continue a citizen thereof,
and to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
and to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the office of Governor according to law.
the office of Governor according to law.
And I do further solemnly swear
And I do further solemnly swear
that since the adoption of the present Constitution,
that since the adoption of the present Constitution,
I have not fought a duel with deadly weapons within this state or out of it,
I have not fought a duel with deadly weapons within this state or out of it,
nor have I sent or accepted a challenge to fight a duel with deadly weapons,
nor have I sent or accepted a challenge to fight a duel with deadly weapons,
nor have I acted as second in carrying a challenge,
nor have I acted as second in carrying a challenge,
nor aided or assisted any person thus offending.
nor aided or assisted any person thus offending.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
Governor.
Thank you.